Okay, we have started. Hello, welcome. We
Hi.
back. We're back. We did it. After I think it's actually been 2 weeks. I think it's been 2 weeks since we last did a podcast. But yeah, we out here. We chilling. I don't know where to take it from there.
It's been
1
a
week.
long December.
Oh, I thought you were trying to do it.
Oh no, yeah. It's
Yeah.
been 1 week.
Week since you looked at me.
Oh man, I only knew the 1 week part. Good on you for knowing the next fucking 3-4 words.
It's funny because like I really actually enjoy that song. I think because did you ever watch the Digimon movie?
Oh, please tell me it's not in there.
It's in there.
No, it's not.
The
It's in the
American
movie?
the American version of the Digimon movie. It's like all American songs.
Hold on. I'm
Yeah,
not looking it up, but I just want to find the movie. real
but
quick.
no, but in all seriousness, like the fucking American
The
soundtrack.
2000 movie?
Yes, the American
Oh my
soundtrack
God.
fucking slaps, bro. It's so fucking good.
Oh,
It's so fucking good.
that's funny.
I think Kids of America is also in that. We're the Kids of America.
To be fair, anything that was for children, uh, whenever that song came out, like 2000s or whatever, I
Yeah.
don't know when that came out.
Yeah.
But whenever around like the 2000s and all that shit, all the movies we had as kids, basically growing up, that song was huge in so many of them.
Yeah, that specific song, yeah.
Like I wouldn't be surprised to see that in Rugrats and Wild Thornberry's movie or this or that, you know.
I think you're right on that part. I think one of those movies had that song in it.
Oh, like I definitely give it like a 85% chance to definitely being in there. Definitely 85%.
Probably Rugrats. I'm thinking Rugrats. Because they were truly kids in America.
What the Wild Thorn? Well, they had a lot of animals, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, did you see that thing that what's the little brother's name in the Wild Thornberries?
Donnie.
Darwin.
No, Darwin was the monkey. Donnie was the.
Is it? Hold on. Wild Thornberries. Yeah, you're right. Donnie. Darwin was the monkey. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
Yeah, I'm.
You're a big fan.
Okay, yeah. I'm a huge fan.
I didn't know this until like I want to say a couple weeks back that Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers did the voice of Donnie.
What?
Yeah.
Yo. For real?
Yeah, no, there's like studio recordings of like him in like the booth doing the voice.
That's wild.
Yeah, you could find it. It's so I was like, wait, what? And then I thought about it and I'm like, yeah, no, that makes sense. Looking up the video right now.
No, I was looking for Digimon the movie on Netflix because it said it was there, but the internet's a lie.
Yeah,
so,
that's a straight lie. If it was on there, I would be watching that right now.
I just found out we have on Netflix Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Yu-Gi-Oh, Mewtwo Strikes Back, and not the original Zoids, but Zoids. And I fucking used to love Zoids.
Zoids were the like robot tigers? Is that what that one was?
Yeah, I don't know if they were all tigers, were they?
They're like animals, right?
Yeah. They all might have been tigers, actually. You might be right about that.
Yeah.
No, I just popped an episode on. One was a beetle, but yeah, Zoids was so cool, man.
Yeah,
man, I used to love that.
I don't remember. I'm trying to remember because like I don't remember, but I'm trying to remember. Did you ever watch like the weird Canadian like anime shows, like Totally Spies and like Martin Mystery?
Oh shit, Totally Spies was Canadian?
Yeah, they were like weird Canadian anime shows, like those two specifically.
I liked it.
I mean, I really enjoyed Martin Mystery.
Martin Mystery, probably not that, but
Damn, but Totally Spies, yeah. Because I think
Totally Spies, like I picked up a little bit. I think it was kind of near the end of me watching that type of shit. Martin Mystery. I'm looking at the main image. I remember these characters,
but you don't remember anything.
I do not remember watching it.
It was basically like a Scooby-Doo kind of thing.
Also, there's a picture of Totally Spies meeting Martin Mystery.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Unless it's doctored. It could be a doctored picture. It could be photoshopped. You don't know.
No, there's multiple images of them like
going
through the episode.
Yeah,
there's definitely a crossover.
I like Martin Mystery. I forget. I think it got canceled. I want to say
it's probably a great show. I mean, I can't remember where I found this out, but there was a bunch of Canadian programming that I think Cartoon Network or probably Cartoon Network got on the cheap from them because something happened. Man, I can't remember. Something like the studio they worked for just wasn't able to pay them or something, or they struck a deal with someone at Cartoon Network. Mm-hmm. But anyways, Cartoon Network ended up getting like really cheap deals on like somehow acquiring these like shows from them, and I would assume these two are part of it.
Totally Spies. I want to say it was Nickelodeon. I don't know. It's been a while. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, that's what happens with a lot of companies. I want to say with their properties, usually they don't pan out, and then got to sell some shit at least, try to make some money back off it. You know what? Actually, what I learned, since I guess one of the things we're going to be talking about, that happened in our past week. Evo happened. So there was a lot of talk about like Warner Brothers and Mortal Kombat. Ed Boon owns the rights to Mortal Kombat. WB doesn't own the rights to that.
Oh.
So.
Okay. That makes sense though.
Yeah, because like it makes sense as to why he was able to bring that back from.
Well, WB hasn't been making Mortal Kombat for the entirety of Mortal Kombat, have they?
Yeah, they've been publishing it. Okay. WB is the publisher. NetherRealm is the developer.
Okay.
But that's Ed Boon's studio. So it makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. Because originally, before, I think THQ was the one that... No, it was Midway. Was it Midway? I think it was Midway. Yeah, Midway was the one that published... No, wait. Midway was development. Oh, shit. I gotta... All right, never mind. I'm not gonna figure this. Either way, Ed Boon owns the rights to Mortal Kombat, so don't have to worry about Mortal Kombat anytime soon. Anyways, so yeah, you want to talk about our weeks, about our past 2 weeks?
Man, do it. Yeah.
Do you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
I did things.
Whoa.
As
Crash Bandicoot.
I don't remember what I did, man.
As Crash Bandicoot would say, "Whoa."
Oh no. Or no, you would. Okay, never mind. So yeah. What is it called? I made a TikTok burrito because I wanted to learn how to make that burrito that looks good on TikTok, and it was mediocre.
Can you send me what it looks like?
Oh, yeah, I'll send it to you. I'd have to go through my TikToks, but yeah, I'll send it to you at some point.
But I guess, like, give me a summary, like, give me the rundown, like, what was in it, the TikTok burrito?
It's pico chicken, cheese,
rice?
Sour cream, rice, yeah.
Okay.
It's, like, pretty standard stuff, but it was, so I guess, like, the most important thing is probably the pico and how they make the chicken. uh, they didn't give clear instructions on how much to put inside of the, what do you call it? Seasoning for the chicken. So like, it wanted like, I don't know, cayenne pepper and something else and something else and something else, right? But it didn't say like a teaspoon of this and a teaspoon of that. So I just fucking eyeballed it the first time. And like it came out ultra bland. And I was like in my head I'm like, it's not bad because it doesn't like feel overpowering. Like at least it's not like an onion, you know? Like I'm not eating that, like where it just tastes really bad. It kind of just tastes like chicken with very bland seasoning.
And raw onion bad, but cooked onions delicious. Anyways,
oh, see, I don't like those. But anyway, yeah. So this is technically the second time I've made it, and something chili flakes, not flakes, but like powder, chili powder. It has another name at the end, like paprika or some shit. Again, I can't remember what it is, but I was like, oh, this is spicy. Let me put more of this in here instead of more of whatever else. And I put a lot of that in there, and it doesn't taste great. Kind of just tastes more spicy.
Overpowered.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to figure out like the perfect like way to make seasoned chicken for a burrito or like a taco or something.
I mean, I can give you a recipe that my mom makes.
Yeah, I'd more than willing to try anything, man.
Yeah, I would say the best thing you can do is like marinate the chicken.
I thought so. That was one of my ideas. Was I was gonna poke holes in the chicken, take all the mixtures, the stuff I made last time because it was spicier, and just like let it sit maybe overnight or a couple days.
Yeah, usually marinades are much better to do for chickens or meats in general. Yeah, because like it's a little tough to like. I would say like rubs are also pretty good as well, but you have to really know your herbs and spices and shit for stuff like that.
Yeah, the way I made my chicken was like, I don't know if this is bad or not, but I cleaned it, cut it up into pieces.
Okay.
So like basically cut the chicken in half and then half again, like to make it thin, and then in half to like make 4 pieces. And then I would take the chicken and just lay it in the seasoning and then flip it and then get it on all the corners and stuff and then put it on the pan to cook. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like marinating sounds like a better idea because it gets inside of it and fuses and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, you're making the face. I completely agree.
Because like
not great.
I'm thinking, I'm like, yeah, it's tough to do, or at least like, I don't know, like get really into the chicken, like just fucking like.
Well, see, that's hard.
Yeah.
It's not going to go anywhere else but the top, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I would say look up like different like ways you can spice up your chicken. Usually online can be helpful sometimes, but that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think the other part of it is like I'm also always used to eating like steak meat inside of my burritos and what's it called? Tacos and stuff. Just because like the seasoning is always good when I get it from like whatever Chipotle or wherever the fuck I get it from. And again, like when I made this, I was just like lackluster.
Yeah,
that's okay.
I would say do you go to like Spanish restaurants like often or no? No, I would say look up like a good Spanish restaurant, but the best way you can know that the restaurant is good is by the way they make their beans or how they cook their beans. Because there's maybe like 1 or 2 places I've gone to and like the beans are like really not good, so that really goes to show that like probably everything else is not going to be great. Because that's the thing, beans are incredibly simple to do, especially if you're doing it in like a Spanish way. And if the place is not able to do that, then it's like there's no point in eating there. But I would say look up a couple of Spanish places, like I guess where you live, and see if like I would say try either like Obviously, Mexican food or maybe Ecuadorian food is also another good choice. Colombian food also another good choice. Um, and trying to see if the places are good or not, because like I live near like a town that's like the majority of the population there is Spanish, so like there's a bunch of like Spanish restaurants everywhere. So there's a place that we go to like often that's like it's Colombian food, and it's so good, and it's a tiny little place. It's really good. And just speaking about like Spanish food as well, my parents went to they went out for a little bit and they brought me back some food, and basically a plate of white rice, beans, and I guess whatever choice of protein you can get. Like it varies. So there's like my mom got like chicken with it, and the chicken was really good. It was really really good. Um, yeah, I think it was like $14. I think like the meat, because the meat comes with like potatoes and like um I think plantains as well is also the choice. And that was like $16, I want to say. But my mom was like, "Oh, I know you like oxtail. So they had something on the menu that was like goat's tail." And I'm like, "Goat's tail?" And she's like, "Well, I wasn't sure if it was goat tail or if it was like goat meat." So she shows me the platter, and it's like this little thing that was like, "Oh, I thought it was ribs." And she's like, "No, but the people were saying that it was goat meat." So I'm trying this, and I'm like, "It's pretty fucking good. It's pretty good goat meat."
You're better than me, man. I wouldn't have tried it probably.
You would have tried. But that's the thing, is that like it's in this sauce. The sauce is pretty good, and with the rice and the beans, because I think they were using pinto beans. So like the pinto beans and like its little soupy sauce is also really good, especially when you pour it on the white rice. Oh my god, so good. I'm so glad I have leftovers. But yeah, I would say like look up if you can find like a Colombian or Ecuadorian place. I guess just to switch it up from not really like having too much Mexican food.
1000%. If your mom has a good like something you stand by that she like marinates with, if
Yeah,
you can, shoot me, that'd be great.
I was about to say yeah. I kind of remember what she uses for her marinades, because I had a couple times where she was like, "Can you make the marinade?" And I'm like, "All right."
Nah, dude. I mean, you know, my mom's trying to do that more with me now.
Mm.
So I know like all the recipes and shit. And like 1000%, I'm like on top of that because I'm like, oh yeah, because once Mama's gone, man, someone's got to make the fucking sauce, baby.
Yeah, that's always the case. Like I actually got to learn how my mom like cooks tripe, because I love when she makes tripe, and it's she puts like tomato sauce and like some chickpeas in there, and it's always so good.
That sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah.
I bet say you ever had tripe?
No.
Okay.
It's fish, yeah.
No.
Oh. What
No.
the fuck is tripe?
Tripe is stomach lining of a cow usually.
Oh no.
Yeah, no. When you have to boil the fuck out of that thing, and the smell is not great.
Oh no. But it tastes good?
It's weird because like it doesn't necessarily have a taste if you have it just bland. You have to
everything.
You have to cook it with something else in order to have taste. But I don't know why I like it. I like it a lot for some reason. I don't know. I think
it's got to be the way your mom seasons it. It's bland regularly.
I think it's just the way she does the sauce and just stuff like that. Yeah, but it's just like maybe I'm just built different.
I'm built different. Cue facial improvement structure.
Yeah, Giga Chad. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I'll probably shoot you like with a marinade that she uses. So yeah, anything else besides disappointing TikTok videos?
Yeah. My friend came over maybe a couple days ago. He wanted to chill, and we don't hang out too often. But we were just sitting there. I don't know. I think he was playing Pokemon on his phone. I was playing Pokemon Go on my phone, and we're like had like bullshit going on the TV. And he's like, "All right, let me change it to like whatever." So he puts on Rick and Morty. I've never fucking watched Rick and Morty.
Really?
And yeah, this show's fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, it's good. I haven't kept up
So
with it, but yeah.
I thought Rick and Morty was Cartoon Network. So I was like, oh, it's like mildly funny and it's for kids today.
Oh.
I didn't know it was Adult Swim.
Oh.
Dude, this shit's fucking great.
Yeah. No, like
Yeah.
the first 3 seasons of Rick and Morty is really good. I haven't kept up with it. All I know is that like the fan base for Rick and Morty is kind of not great because they're
Why?
okay. I think the one example that everybody kind of goes back to is, did you get to the Pickle Rick episode or not yet?
I've seen like things in here and there. It doesn't matter if you wrote anything because I'm not gonna care.
Okay. Well, it's just a lot of them. There were like a lot of cringy videos of like people doing like Pickle Rick or asking for like the Szechuan sauce. I remember that specifically. But then there's also the thematic elements of Rick and Morty that people try to read too deep into. And it's that problem where a lot of people have that protagonist ideal of themselves where like they think that they're the real protagonist of their world, essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like some people kind of took the context and just didn't really roll with it.
Like they complained about like the morals of the show.
Yeah, basically. Because there are some elements of Rick and Morty that I kind of remember that has to do with like mostly your morals.
So that's like along the lines of like when parents, which is still going on, were like not letting their kids watch SpongeBob because they were saying it would turn their kids gay. Or is it like less?
I think less that.
less like attacking.
Yeah, less attacking. More having the like I said, the theme kind of just going over their heads in a way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not too bad then. I mean,
yeah, not too bad. Unless, you come back here and you're like, yo, I'm truly the protagonist of my world. You're all just NPCs.
No, the show's just hilarious. I don't
Okay. All right.
It's so stupid because like he burps constantly, and I'm just like, I think I could be this person.
I think the thing that's funny. I think no. I just want to say I think the reason why I kind of like Rick and Morty at times is because most of those lines are just ad-libbed.
Really?
Yeah. Sometimes they're just ad-libbed.
I mean, I'm gonna say I don't think it's too hard to ad-lib for that show.
Yeah. Oh, and
who knows?
There was like a recording of Justin Roiland, the guy who does the voice of both Rick and Morty. Him playing Rick, he has to like drink a lot. So there's like a recording booth session with him of him just getting drunk and just ad-libbing. But yeah, I'd say keep watching it if you're enjoying it. Then yeah, why not?
Yeah, definitely a good show. I don't know about all that stuff that you were talking about with the people being weird, but
the fan base.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hop on
the
Reddit,
forums,
I guess, and get in with them. I'm just gonna watch the show.
That's fair. That's fair.
But to be fair to your point, like I might see like a video on YouTube or something and run by it or whatever. So
watch that Szechuan sauce pickle Rick moment.
It's a good warning. I do remember people being complete assholes about the Szechuan sauce at McDonald's. Yeah.
That's why McDonald's brought it back, because there was like these fucking assholes just decided to do this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard. It's really hard with anything that comes out that's popular. There's always going to be a like negative impact. On it.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. It's like sorry, I'm just thinking about fan bases. It's like either like the Dragon Ball fan base or the JoJo fan base or anime in general. It kind of feels like that as well, where it's just like I never join any like forums and shit like that. There was a point where I tried to join like a JoJo Facebook group, and as time went on, I kind of just hated it, and I eventually just hopped off Facebook, and I was like, I'm not coming back here ever again. So yeah, I think the Dragon Ball one is probably the worst because of the fact that like everybody tries to be like, but if Goku was Super Saiyan 4, oh my god, he would definitely defeat Broly. That's like, all right.
Oh man, I remember making AMVs when I was like, fuck man, like 12 or some shit
Yeah.
for Dragon Ball Z, bro. And I felt like I was the coolest motherfucker ever. And like, I don't have them anymore. I really wish I saved them because, again, felt pretty fucking dope, bro.
I'm saying, yeah. I mean, to be fair, when I was watching the Linkin Park AMVs with Gohan transforming,
fucking 3 doors down, Gohan. I stumbled in and you stumbled in and bumped your head. If not for me, then you'd be dead or whatever. And he picks up the little girl and he saves her out of the fucking river. I used to fucking vibe to this shit. So you're laughing, but it was so good.
You're laughing, and I'm trying to show my emotions.
You're laughing at me, and all I do is try to give, and you take, and you're a piece of shit. Yeah, dude, it's AMVs were where it's at.
I kind of miss that era. I mean, it's kind of making a comeback.
Go and try to watch the new ones; it doesn't hit the same.
Yeah, it's true. Most songs now don't really hit. Not like the early 2000s shit, you know, or mid 2000s.
And if you find like a big one back when I was getting into it when I was younger, was "Push It" by Static X for Dragon Ball Z. I don't think you know the song, probably.
No, I don't think I do.
Yeah, but it was like huge in the community, and yeah, it's hard to find a song like that goes well. Another one I remember was I don't know the band name, but Dolphins Cry or some shit, and it's kind of like more of an emotional song, so I kind of was always like, oh man, this isn't cool, and like, but I don't know, I still dug it. It's again like you go and look at like the songs like Push It, that one, 3 Doors Down and stuff like that. Like people don't really have that music anymore, so
yeah,
or they do, but it's not as like
doesn't hit you as hard.
That's feely, whatever. Yeah, it's good stuff.
You know what?
Same thing. There were good. What's it called? Sailor Moon ones too, man.
Oh, I never seen the Sailor Moon ones.
Oh yeah,
never seen them. Probably should check them out now. Go on AMV binge. Like, I don't know. There was this thing that I just remembered. I think because we were talking about Dragon Ball for a little bit. The whole thing about like Gohan's transformation while he's talking with Android 16. Someone just brings up the fact that like him and Gohan never had a conversation beforehand. So why would Gohan have this whole emotional moment with Android 16 till now? And I was like, oh fuck. I was like,
did somebody actually bring that up?
Yeah, someone like pointed it out. I forget where I saw this video, but someone was just like, yeah, like they never spoke. And then, you know, you have this whole heartfelt moment with Android 16 being like, Gohan, I know the kind of person you are. And it's just like, wait, what? And I'm thinking, I'm like, oh,
well, Android 16 wasn't always just like straight kill. He always had like that, like,
yeah, he was like, always protect the birds.
Fuck you. This guy's such a piece of shit.
Protect the birdies, Gohan, and
protect the one scene with the bird where he sees it and he cries.
Yeah, that one little robot tear.
I think with that, like, yeah, we get it. They didn't talk, but like, they both were kind of the same, like, heartfelt person inside. So like, it kind of like they had that connection where like they
care for things.
Good, you know?
And they care for things, which, oh my god, just going back to Dragon Ball, because like the movie's coming out in America.
Oh, Super?
Yeah, Superhero.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming out on the 19th, I believe. I think is it all over the States? It's not in select theaters?
I have no idea.
I have to check that out, but like, yeah, that's coming out. I hate Dragon Ball.
No, you don't want. I have not watched an episode of Super yet.
I was about to say, you want to be in there and be like, ha, just yelling.
I really wish they did this when I was a kid, man. Like, released them, and maybe they did, and I didn't notice, but I doubt it. But these movies, like, can't think of the fucking names. Like the one with Cooler, and Broly's movies. Like, if they had released these in theaters when I was a kid, bro,
Yeah, I don't think they.
I would have went.
I think it's because anime movies back then were so niche. I'm pretty sure they probably appeared in Japanese movie theaters, but like,
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah,
1000%. Like, we didn't have it,
yeah.
but
It's like
but I would have been there, and my friend, like, there would have been a decent market. I feel like for that when we were younger.
oh yeah, yeah. That definitely would have been. But like I said, anime wasn't so huge back then.
Yeah, of
Like
course.
not like now, because like now, like theaters are like taking, the My Hero Academia movie, the fucking Demon
Other than
Slayer
that,
movie. Yeah, like they're doing that. Um, I don't know.
I
It's
definitely feel like the pandemic had something to do with that too. By the way, like,
maybe
there's a lot of people that
watch anime.
that now have been a swap to it, or at least a demographic. I feel like that wouldn't have watched it before.
Yeah,
I guess that would make up the more popular people that
you know, I'm
are
actually
usually out doing shit.
yeah, I'm actually kind of curious as to like if Crunchyroll. I would assume Crunchyroll's like subscription probably went up during the pandemic. Same thing with like a bunch of other streaming services and shit like
Either
that.
that or they found it online for free.
I mean, that's what I'm kind of doing, to be honest, because like I was thinking, oh, maybe I should restart my Crunchyroll shit because I went on Crunchyroll and I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to watch an episode of something that I probably bring up during my week, but
I do
no,
think Crunchyroll deserves some money, though, to be fair.
Crunchyroll is buying a bunch of shit.
Yeah,
They just
there's a
bought
lot of
like
shows.
yeah, no, but they're not just shows. They're buying like other companies. They just bought like this company. I forget the name, but uh, that specific company sells like um, what's it called? They sell merch of like anime and shit like that. And I think also they sell hentai. So
That
I
makes sense.
I don't know. I'm making assumptions. Um, but I think a lot of people are worried at the fact that like Crunchyroll, it will become a monopoly for like anime related things, because I think that also happened with Funimation as well. Is that like Crunchyroll got some of the stuff from animation from Funimation, because originally Funimation had their own streaming service for like a good while, and then it got shut down, and I guess Crunchyroll got the rights back of becoming the sole anime service in a way. It's weird. It's a weird era we're living with streaming services and shit.
Yeah, I don't think I'm too worried about Crunchyroll, just because, if I want to watch the stuff, I'll just
Look
either
online.
figure out a way or I'll join up on Crunchyroll or whatever.
That was the thing, is that so that one thing I want to come back to. A bunch of episodes are just locked away. Like the first episode is like for like a bunch of other shows I was curious of are just locked away behind like Crunchyroll's like not premium service, but like you have to be like a member of Crunchyroll regardless. Because
Yeah,
I remember that like you used to just you can watch an episode, and then if you want to watch the newest episode is where you have to be a member.
I think NBC did that. Um,
Mm.
they had free
Episodes.
free streaming for a while where you could just go in and watch it, and now I think I had to make an account so I could watch them and stuff.
Mm.
Which
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way they can get money back. Yeah. I don't know. So what else? What else you got?
uh, played some Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Back into that.
You're getting hyped for MW2.
I want to be hyped. I hate Call of Duty. I at least hate the community.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
They're a bunch of fucking goddamn campers, and stop killing me when I'm in the corner. Okay, thanks.
No.
So, no, because people camp, and then I'm like, okay, well now I'm just gonna lay down, and then I get shot in my fucking head, and I'm like, cool. So it doesn't work for me, but it works for you. Honestly, I'm probably just bad at the game. But
did you play? Were you playing Warzone?
yeah, recently.
Okay, because I don't know whether or not they fixed the cheating shit in Warzone yet. Because there's that as well.
I don't think I've ran into cheaters Again, not good at the game. So
Okay.
maybe I did. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of TikTok people play the game, and they're like, so the people that started on Twitch, like the Ninja series of people, remember like Fortnite and the beginning of that and all that stuff, where they were like, he's cracked, blah, 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 blah," whatever, right?
Yeah.
And
I would say like even the PUBG people.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they would like chase down, and they're so quick, and they like 360 no scope you, and all this shit, whatever, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, they have literally nothing on these people that play Warzone on Twitch, bro. These people are so fucking fast. I was watching them, or I've been watching them, like run, turn around, kill somebody. Like a lot of the time, they'll do this thing where they run through a door, slide back through the fucking door. So like they run through the door, slide back through the door because they know the person's gonna walk out, and it catches the person off guard, and they basically don't even see them in enough time, and they slide through, shoot the person in the back, kill them, whatever. It's just it's how quick they are. They're so fucking fast, man. And like I had to turn all my sensitivity up, of course. I'm playing on controller. I don't know if they play on controller, but I was trying to like learn to be more like that because I used to be super sweaty, and and I've got like a slight hang of like kind of how they play, but I don't think I'm ever gonna like go back to like being ultra sweaty or anything.
I was about to say you don't see yourself in a gamer bunker at any point.
No,
Okay.
no.
All right. Fair enough.
But yeah, I guess like at the end of it, like uh, Vanguard sucks. Modern Warfare is good. Black Ops Cold War was cool. Modern Warfare 2 is hopefully gonna make the genre better again.
It's funny because like I really wanted to play Vanguard, and I just saw that like Best Buy was doing like $10. Like you can get Vanguard for like $10 for like the
Oh,
PS4
dude.
version.
If you can get it for that, I would buy it.
But it was a PS4 version, and I think it being Activision, you got to do that shitty thing where it's like you got to pay extra for
$10 upgrade, yeah.
Yeah, $10 or $20. I don't remember. Yeah,
It's 10. Yeah,
oh, it's 10.
yeah.
Okay. So that'd be $20. Come on, get out of here.
The game's not worth $20. I'll be real.
Get out of here. Yeah. That's the thing is that like I'll probably I don't know when I'll ever get back into like first person shooter multiplayer shit at any time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the closest one you had was Borderlands, but like not at PvP. It was
Yeah,
co-op.
I mean I like playing first person shooters. It's just competitive first person shooters. I haven't played anything like that in a while.
Yeah. Besides Modern Warfare 2, I think I'm out, man. Like it's not as fun anymore because everyone's competitive, I guess.
Yeah. No, I just remembered the one that I would fucking play a shit ton of, Titanfall 2.
Gross.
I fucking love Titanfall 2. But now it's like unplayable at this point. Like PC version of it is unplayable because I think there's a bunch of hackers on it, and I think consoles everybody kind of just dropped off, so it's like it's basically dead.
Yeah. When people move on to another game and they stop supporting, it's just
that's why I want a Titanfall 3 to happen so badly. That's just me.
My friend Mega hopped into a Black Ops lobby or Black Ops 2 lobby on a computer. He was like, "Yeah, some guy was shooting me from the sky." It's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Because that there was something. Did you ever play the campaign for Titanfall 2?
I never played Titanfall or Titanfall 2.
Titanfall 2's campaign is really fucking good. Like a lot of people praise that campaign, and it's really, really fucking good. I want to replay it.
Heard a lot of positive things. I don't like mechs really. Like I like TV shows with mechs, kind of like Gundam and stuff. But like,
you feel so good in that mech when you're like, and it's like, yeah. Sorry, that's just me,
man.
That's just me. I would say if you can find Titanfall 2 for like super cheap, it's been like super cheap for like a good while.
I honestly think I own it.
I would say play the campaign. It's one of the funnest campaigns I played of a first-person shooter, I think, besides Wolfenstein.
Oh no.
And Doom. Doom 2016 specifically.
I think I have that too, actually.
Yeah.
Doom.
Mhm.
But besides that, I played because I got tired of that. I downloaded Battlefield V. Didn't even know I had the fucking game.
I hate you so much because you're
Yeah.
so right.
So I had told Mega about us talking about that, and I was like, "Yeah, it's called V," and he's like, "No, it's not. It's 5. You're a fucking idiot." And I was like, "No, I'm right." And he's like, "No, B stands for 5. That's the Roman numeral or whatever. The fucking And I'm like, "Okay, it's definitely V for victory. Go look it up." He looked it up. He's like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. It just is what it is."
It's like the dumber version of the Berenstein Bears shit.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick with people
Yeah.
to like be like, "I'm right, look at this." It's literally stuck in my fucking head because I remember seeing it on their stupid stream when they were releasing the stupid ass game, and I remember them going
V.
and they fucking had this put their finger in your fucking face and they were like, "It's V." And I was just like, I don't know why they're being so angry about it. Like the studio itself was being angry. And I was like, I don't understand what's happening.
I think because of the fact they wanted to make 5 for like, fuck it, let's make V because of how unfinished V was. Because
terrible game.
I wanted to get into it. I think it was free on PS Plus, wasn't it?
I think that's why I have it.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure, but yeah, all I remember was that like when people were playing it, they were like, "Yeah, this shit is unfinished," and like a lot of the multiplayer shit was not good. So it's like, oh shit, it was so bad. Because I really like Battlefield 1. I played a good amount of like the multiplayer stuff. Like,
yes, Battlefield 1 was great.
Yeah, it was really good. Oh, there we go. That was the first person shooter I played.
I pulled into V, played because it forced you into the story. I played.
Ooh.
5 minutes of the story. And the gunplay, when you pull the trigger, I'm aiming at this guy's fucking head. That's fine if I don't hit the head because I know it's going to move a little bit. So at least I hit the body, right? No. My bullets, the fucking gun is aimed at this person. I know I'm not going to, again, hit the head. So I aim more down and hit the body and like it's not putting damage into the fucking AI. I was like, I'm not playing multiplayer with this game because it can't even fucking register into the fucking AI characters. What am I going to do on multiplayer? Fuck this shit. So I uninstalled V and installed Battlefield 1, immediately jumped into a multiplayer match, sniped some dude in the head, and was like, this is a way better game.
It is so satisfying when you do shit like that. I remember I was playing a sniper.
The snipers in that game are unmatched by any other game.
So
maybe another Battlefield game can do it just as well. But that game is so good.
I keep hearing good things about Battlefield 4. But I just haven't played it. Oh, Bad Company 2. A lot of people still go back to Bad Company 2.
Yeah, I can see that.
I never played the Bad Company games. I have them, but I just never played them.
Trying to think. Played some Tony Hawk, the 5 version, because I got the upgrade from PlayStation Plus for free.
Oh, do you mean 1+2?
Yeah, but the PS5 upgrade came with it.
Oh, okay. You said Tony Hawk 5, and I was like, isn't that the bad one?
I think what I meant to say was I got the
PS5
Tony Hawk game.
Yeah, PS5.
The 5 version is what I meant. Yeah, the PS5 version.
Tony Hawk 5. Tony Hawk 5 is the bad game.
Oh, is that the one where he had the?
It was like the glitchy one, the super glitchy.
Oh,
Tony Hawk game.
It's not. No, Tony Hawk Ride is what I'm thinking of, where they had the board.
I really got to get back into that.
1 and 2 is good, man.
Yeah, no.
Obviously, like it's hard to say they're not.
Yeah.
Definitely made me want to play Skate. Fuck you. I'm still excited for it.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
sure, yeah,
sure.
I hate it. Blah 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 blah. Oh. League of Legends. It's a lot of the same old stuff I played.
Mm-hmm. With some additions, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean like Call of Duty and stuff. It's like but yeah. So yeah, I played League 2. Kind of getting sick of League, just because like the community is so fucking shit, man. I'm just getting tired of people being assholes.
What do you mean, bro? League is the less toxic. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Nah, it's so. I think it's not. I don't think it's definitely one of the things that like I hate the most is um I go into a normal match and these people that are playing the game with me will start to lose their own lane, so they'll do poorly. They'll go like 0 kills and like 10 deaths. And then I will say something probably earlier than that, around like 0 and 5, where I'm like, hey, maybe you don't want to do that anymore, where you walk straight into somebody and die. You want to not do that one? And they'll be like, oh, it's normals, which means not playing ranked mode, which is not a fucking excuse in my opinion, because not everyone wants to play ranked. Not every, it's, you know, it kind of goes back to like Call of Duty and shit, where like all these people are super tryhards, you know, nobody wants to really play with them, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, so regularly you should be just as wanting to win, I think, than winning your ranked, but you'll never convince people, so who cares?
That's true.
So kind of getting like to the point where I think I'm gonna stop playing that. There's really no games I want to play right now.
Hey yo, get that Guilty Gear Strive, baby.
No.
Okay.
I don't want to have to learn something new. I think I'm just gonna watch a bunch of movies and TV shows for a while.
I want someone to play with so badly. That's how desperate I am.
Did I see that Multiverse that says rollback?
Yes. Hey. Oh fuck! I gotta remember to boot that up. There was also, that reminds me.
I downloaded it, just so you know.
Yeah, I downloaded it too. But there's another battle royale game that just came out.
Fighting battle royale?
Yeah. Rumbleverse.
I'm not gonna touch that game, bro.
I'm probably gonna touch it because I've seen gameplay of it and I'm like, that looks kind of fun.
You let me know how it goes. And
I'll probably stream it.
You let me know whether or not we can become the duo of the century in there.
All right, I'll let you know. I'll stream it, and you'd be like, "Whoa, man, that looks so good." I'm going.
Dude, you stream fighting games and you make it look like what's his name? Like Sonic Fox is playing, bro. In my personal opinion, I just see you fighting and I'm like, oh shit, this guy's so good.
Bro, you were talking about like being sweaty and shit with like first person shooters. Watching Evo, because that was like kind of part of my week and also part of the news. I was like, God damn, these motherfuckers, like, obviously they, you know, like I was watching like a little bit of Guilty Gear Top 8, and I watched like the grand finals for Dragon Ball Fighters, and fucking Christ, man, I'm just like, I don't think I could do any of that shit. God, Evo was pretty good this year, but yeah, like
I watched Multiverses on Evo.
Oh, I forgot to check that out. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, there was
like Bugs Bunny and
Batman,
Patrick Swayze or whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know, dude. Bugs Bunny and somebody. And I think cause my friend knows a lot about the fighting games because it's his, like, he's huge into like
the fighting
combat, yeah, all that shit.
I
could have just said fighting games, but he loves Mortal Kombat mostly. He was like, you gotta watch this, so we're watching Multiverses, and the guy comes out Bugs Bunny, and I looked at him and I was like, is Bugs Bunny a fucking meta character?
I think
yeah.
I think he's
so
high. He's high tier. Yeah, he's high tier.
He's huge, and he was telling me how, like, yeah, if you're playing Bugs, you can make a tunnel, and then you can shoot a rocket through it, and then redirect the rocket out of the tunnel. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's a high tier character. That's all I know about Multiverses.
It's insane, the shit that they can do.
I think him and Finn from Adventure Time are both high tier characters. Because I think Finn's sword, I think its hitbox is like super huge, so that's how he's able to get like a good amount of hits in. As far as I know.
I can't remember who was facing Bugs or who else was with Bugs, but it was Bugs and somebody, versus I believe Wonder Woman and maybe Batman. I don't know, but whoever Wonder Woman was playing, whoever was playing Wonder Woman beat Bugs and the other person, and I'm not sure if that was an upset or not, but
People
I
were
mean,
pissed. It depends who you ask, because like if you see a high tier character get like fucking murked, it's usually
yeah,
a
that's what
pretty
I'm
good time.
saying.
It's pretty. It's a. I like. I think it's a good time. That's just me.
I think somebody. No, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know. There's been a lot going on, so I
Yeah,
don't
it's
want to
fine.
like. I think someone talked shit to the guy, and then he was like, "You're gonna get fucked in this next match," and then he just like ends up destroying them. But yeah, man, it was pretty cool to watch. I don't
Yeah.
think like I'll probably play it with my friends and stuff, but
Okay. I
I'm
mean,
probably not
like
gonna go heavy into it.
Evo in general, just really highlights a lot of those games and just like makes you think, I want to try that out. That's just my perspective on it.
Yeah.
Especially seeing like shit with Tekken. Tekken was also fucking crazy. Guilty Gear, Street Fighter is also one of those things, and yeah, it's just Evo is just such a good time. Fucking King of Fighters 15. I bought that game and I just haven't touched it in a good while, and
True.
yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah, these fighting
unfortunate.
games, man, graphically are just like mind blowing how
They
good
look
they look.
they look so good. They look
And the
so good.
story modes, like when they have a story to it, I guess I'm assuming all of them do, but from the ones that I
Some of them,
I've
yeah.
watched, like Mortal Kombat 11 or 12, the one that you
Well,
played recently,
12. Oh no, 11. Excuse me.
the one on stream, yeah, the
Yeah,
story was like so cool to watch.
I think that's also the thing is that out of all the fighting games, the newest Mortal Kombat shit is one of the best things about fighting game stories. Everything else is trying to go for that a little bit.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's like Guilty Gear has like a story thing, but like it's more just watching an anime, and even then they make references and shit about Guilty Gear's world, and Guilty Gear's storyline is one of the most like it's just as ludicrous as Kingdom Hearts. That's the problem with Guilty Gear. It's like its story.
I love Guilty Gear's aesthetic though.
Yeah, it's fucking heavy metal music
Yeah,
with dumb rock shit. It's super cool. I love Guilty Gear as well.
and Blaze Blue will go down as my favorite fighter probably ever.
God,
I love Blaze Blue.
I really wanted to get into Blaze Blue, but I just never did. I don't know why. I just never did.
It's so fucking anime, bro.
It is.
I think that's why I love it so much, is because it just feels super anime.
It is. It is. It is. It is a very anime of anime games.
Because the cats.
I mean, anime fighters are just like they're really fun because of all the crazy shit you can do. I mean, a perfect example is fucking Dragon Ball Fighters. Like you see the crazy shit you could do in that game. Like that's the epitome of like fucking dumbass anime fighters. Guilty
Gear. Makes me sad about the game.
About DBFZ.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna be talking about that in the news. But yeah, Evo was a good time for me. But anything else that happened with you?
Stranger Things. I rewatched the entirety of Stranger Things.
Yes.
I love Eddie. Dude, he's such a cool character, man.
I know a lot of people like him.
I don't know how to like express it other than saying I love him. I'm trying to think. Max's fucking brother too, man. I love him too. Billy. He's such a cool character too. He was such shit, that's what he's a great character. He's racist. Not like a real person racist, but like in the show he's fucking racist.
Oh
1,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah.
You knew this? Because I didn't know this.
Yeah, he's a little racist. I've seen like clips of him saying some shit, but I don't.
He doesn't say like blatantly racist ass shit.
Yeah,
he looks at Max when Max is hanging out with I can't remember the kid's name, man.
I don't remember either. I don't remember the kid's name.
The kid, they look at him, who happens to be African American.
Yeah.
And he says, "You don't hang out with yo, it's fucking super like right. You don't hang out with people like that or something like that or that type of person, and you're just like, oh man, I didn't catch it the first time around, dude. And
Wow.
then I heard it, and
Secret secret racism.
instantly when I heard it, I was like, is he racist? I had to fucking Google it. So I started looking it up, and people are like defending him, and I'm like, yeah, that's
What?
fine. Like, it's a character. They're being like, like he says it, but he doesn't mean it in that way.
What?
The
Those are
guy,
I was
the
gonna say,
guy that plays Billy actually got asked about it. There's articles on the shit, dude. I didn't even know.
uh,
Um, he got asked about it, and he was like, "Oh no, like he's just worried about Max. Like that's the type of character he is." And they actually had him say something apparently way worse, and he had them change it.
I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But still, the implication is weird because, like, then what other comparison is he making?
No, 1,000%. I think that he is racist, and the guy's just like
Trying to not
doesn't
make it
want to be
because
paired
th-
with that.
that's also the other thing is that like
or
what
attached to that.
what was the writer's intent when making that dialogue?
Yeah. And it's like it's fine to have racist characters. Like that's a thing. People are racist.
Well,
Like,
you heard
it's not
you heard it here, everybody. Racism is cool.
no no. Racism is not cool. I don't know, man. There is like always that dilemma I would assume a writer has or anyone making anything where like do you put something like it in there because it can sway and influence people, you know?
I mean, everything comes back to Quentin Tarantino.
What if somebody like watches Billy and they're like, Billy's so cool, I want to be just racist as he is.
As Billy. As
Other than that, it's a great show. Literally episode 1 to season 4 and episode 8, I think. The show's great. I love everything about it.
I can't believe you rewatched it.
Oh yeah, dude. I actually really rewatched it because I think I wanted to just watch season 4 again, but I was like, if I rewatch season 4, it's literally just me like watching the same season. Why would I do that? So I went back through the whole thing.
Okay.
It was also partially because I think you said you stopped at one of the seasons because you thought that was kind of bland, and I was like, I do want to see if there was like a good reason not to watch.
No. To be fair, I just stopped. I just was like, oh, I'll probably watch season 3, and I just never got around to it. I didn't stop specifically because I didn't like the season. I didn't like some aspects of the season, but it's just like that wasn't why I was hindered to watch season 3. I don't know. I probably just watched something else, and I was like, I'm gonna spend my time with this for a good while, and then I completely forgot.
I might have misunderstood you then, but yeah. I have heard people say that they didn't like a season here or a season there,
making the implication Chris doesn't like Stranger Things. He hates it, and it's like, no.
I'm gonna make a hit piece on you now.
Yeah, I guess so. Now tell Millie Bobby Brown and Drake that I don't like her show.
And Drake, Jesus Christ, that was a weird
that was a weird
month.
Yeah.
Where like people were like, Drake likes Millie Bobby Brown, and I was
he's
like,
grooming her.
Way.
Yeah,
dude.
I remember those headlines.
Even when Drake had a kid, that shit was weird. I was just like, I don't know what he's having kids now.
I guess
Drake's an enigma to me. I don't understand what he is.
Drake is Drake. That's all we can say.
I forgot when he dropped Scorpion. And like the joke with you where you were like Scorpion baby.
I don't remember the lyrics.
Yeah.
Because it was so dumb. I don't know. I was gonna say, have you like listened to a Drake album?
Not front to back.
Yeah, me neither.
He has a few songs in him. To be fair, I also don't really like R&B or whatever the fuck he is.
He's rap, technically.
No. You listen to his music and tell me he's rap.
No,
most of it's R&B.
He's doing a lot of like different things. It's like the same thing with Donald Glover, Childish Gambino, where like he did rap for a good while and then just doing
his album
R&B.
stands up,
Yeah.
I mean, he definitely has good songs. Like, no doubt, I have probably 7 songs on my phone from him. You know.
Yeah. Just a little thing. Is there an album that you listen to front and Back? Can you name
Yeah,
it?
Black Sabbath's first album.
Do you remember the name of the first album?
Black Sabbath.
Okay, so Black Sabbath.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I,
pretty positive, but yeah.
I'm trying to think. Like the only thing that comes to mind that recently I listened to front to back is
Recently, I don't think so.
Tyler the Creator's Flower Boy.
No, really?
Flower Boy, yeah. I think it's because I was like in a pretty weird situation in my life because that album came out, I want to say, I think a year after I graduated high school. So I was just like kind of in like a strange mindset at the time. But I remember listening to that thing front and back, and I love that album. You've listened to it, right?
Oh shit! Front to back. Linkin Park's first album too. No, I have not listened to
Flower Boy.
Flower Boy.
Okay, because I was about to say because I didn't like Tyler the Creator before. Like a lot of his Odd Future stuff was like, I don't know, like there was something about it where it was just trying to be like edgy, and even Tyler the Creator kind of like makes remarks about his early shit.
Mm-hmm.
But Flower Boy was like where he changed a lot, and it became like more of a personal piece of his. And I think that was actually the point where he opened up that he was gay, or at least bi. I don't remember if he said gay or bi, but like, yeah, it's an interesting thing to see. Basically, a person's progression to kind of like knowing themselves in a way.
Yeah, I mean everyone goes through it differently.
Yeah.
I would assume when you're famous, it's harder to like learn who you are. Maybe not harder, but definitely like not easy to be like speculated 24/7 about, and then be like, I don't know if I like robots or
teddy bears, aka Kanye.
like it's even. I'm making that comparison instead of like gay to straight, because it's even simple things like that. Like people are digging at your shit 24/7 to be like, you know, he bought a wristband. Yeah, bitch, because I like wristbands, motherfucker.
No, I just remembered. It's just like other albums I listened to front and back.
That's the word.
Front to back. No, sorry. Like I just remembered. There's a lot of like rap albums I remember listening to. Logic's The Incredible True Story was like the biggest one.
That's fair.
Under Pressure also by Logic. Because that was his first.
Was that a different album?
That was his first one, Under Pressure. And like that shit was like
I think that's the one I'm thinking of then.
That was like his personal one. So it was just like, you know, now I kind of like fell off listening to Logic because I feel like it's mostly the same.
Kendrick Lamar, man. The CD's, I think it's Good Kid, Mad City, right?
Yeah.
That's the actual CD's name, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, that one I was front to back.
Do you love that To Pimp a Butterfly? No, wait, that's a different album.
Nope. I didn't like that one. There were good songs on it, but I didn't like it like I did.
I forget what's on that album. Oh, and A Tribe Called Quest, Low End Theory.
I don't know all their stuff, but definitely I like songs from them.
Tribe Called Quest? Yeah. I mean, if you got Buggin', then yeah. Or Butter's the shit. Sorry.
I bet off the top of your head you can name a game that you can listen front to back their audio.
Oh my god.
Oh no, it's rushing. There's so many.
You're right. There's so many. You say that ironically,
like,
but
thinking about like watching you stream and you talk about music is whatever the rollerblading game is. I know you love that.
Oh, Jet Set Radio.
Yeah.
It's a good fucking soundtrack. Yeah.
It is good, to be fair.
Persona 3 specifically, Persona 4. Well, I would say more Persona 4 because that's the one that because that was the first Persona game that I beat, and like when I was playing that game, that's all the songs that I would hear is just that specific version, Persona 4. It's just like, you know, you're going out to hang out with your friends and you just hear forget they left for day after day. And I'm like, God damn it, it's so good. Yeah. Guilty Gear, you know, Strive's also another big one where like a lot of the character themes are like also fucking bangers, but like they're all like super English. So like the lyrics make no fucking sense. It's so stupid.
I will. This isn't front to back shit, but I will always, on any fucking iPod, fucking Android phone, whatever the fuck I have in the future to have music on, I will always have all three Utaru Hikaru songs, however you say her name.
Utada Hikaru, yeah.
Yeah. I'll have all three of her songs from, and I'm sure there'll be a fourth one, for Kingdom Hearts, bro. Fucking, God, I love them.
Even then, she's a phenomenal singer. Like
the new one with Skrillex, bro. Fucking, when
the game,
I don't own the fucking game. I have that song. I love it so much.
It's a good song. It's dumb with Skrillex, but like I kind of enjoy it.
Fuck you. Skrillex is so good.
I will face my fears.
People hated Skrillex when he came out, man. And like, I'm sure I jumped on that like fucking hate wagon, but like,
I wasn't as hateful with dubstep.
He's so good.
Yeah. No, I still like what is it?
Oh, I'm not saying you hate him. I'm just saying like basically what you just said though. A lot of people like had like a lot of like, oh, dubstep's dumb because or dubstep is better than what he is, and I'm like, actually, he's kind of like the fucking peak of dubstep, at least mainstream, you know?
Yeah, he's very.
And like,
mainstream.
you might hate on him, but like, he's just fucking good at it to bring it to a bunch of people. Whatever.
Is he still making music? Still dubstep?
I think he's still making it.
But like dubstep,
he went back. He went back and made a song with his old band, and I fucking, I can't find it anymore. But there's an original song he did with dubstep and him screaming because he used to scream for bands.
Oh, really?
Or a band. Oh yeah, he has such a good fucking like
screaming voice,
screamo band voice, dude. I fucking love him, dude. He's so good.
Oh god, I just remembered fucking Devil May Cry as like the other video game music.
Oh, dude, that music was so good.
Devil May Cry's music is so fucking good. So good. Especially three, like a lot of people like the instrumental stuff from like the earlier, well, specifically Devil May Cry 1, but Devil May Cry 3 is where they did like the lyric stuff, and I'm like, Devil May Cry 3's music is so fucking good. So good. Especially that intro. We are falling, and it's just like, yeah, that's so good.
Yeah, he has a new song, Skrillex, from 2022 with someone else though, so maybe not his own, but definitely still making music.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that about the whole thing about like video game music. I remember there was a point where I was listening to like a shit ton of like either anime intros or video game music, and I remember I used to like drive Wesley around. So there was a point where like Wesley didn't know that I actually listened to like hip hop and like metal music. So when I was listening to hip hop, Wesley was in my car and was like, "When did you get into hip hop?" I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Don't you regularly listen to like anime or video game music?" I'm like, "Yeah, but I like hip hop music." So it's just like this weird effect on him where I've started thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, I listen to that a lot. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's weird because like there's a genre that I can't think I dislike. But
yeah, man. I similarly like we'll hear like people go, country sucks, and I'm like, yeah, and then I go, but like Nickelback and the Dixie Chicks, and
is Nickelback country? Look at this photograph.
I feel like some of their shit's like country rock now.
I don't know.
Dixie Chicks are definitely country.
Well, that's also the other thing is that you just pointed out the genre that I don't really listen to or know nothing about is country or Western music.
So you might not know really about it, but I'll bet there's a couple songs and a couple movies you've watched where you're like, oh, it's kind of good.
Because my thing is Fleetwood Mac kind of country.
Nah.
What was it more like indie rock?
Man. Yeah, I think they're like indie rock. Yeah, alright, now I gotta look them up, bro. They're probably just labeled rock and roll.
Yeah, I think it's just rock. Oh my god, this is really showing.
Rock band.
Okay.
So let's see.
This is really showing like what
genre:
we know about music.
pop rock, folk rock, soft rock, blues
folk rock,
art pop, and British blues. Their origin is London, England.
They're English?
I mean, I don't think what's her name is, but everyone else probably is.
Oh god, yeah, the female singer. Fuck.
Yep.
Fuck, I forgot her name.
She's like pretty well known. I just can't remember.
Yeah, she also has she did a band and fuck. Hold on.
She has her own everything.
Yeah. Fuck. What is her name? God, they're English.
Her name's not
Stevie Nicks. Jesus, completely forgot that's her name. Yeah, she's from.
Stevie Nicks is
American. Right? Yeah, she's American. Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. This guy's last name is Buckingham. Wait, is that his real name or like a fucking
where he was born?
Lindsey Buckingham is an American singer songwriter. I don't know. Maybe he was born in. I don't care anymore. Whatever. I don't know why they were labeled British blues.
Edge of 17. That's the song. That I know. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't think of. I listened to Dixie Chicks when I was younger. I like that a lot. There's definitely good country. If you think you don't like a genre, there's something you like in that genre. You've just not heard it yet.
It's weird. Yeah, because there was a point where I kind of disliked trap music for a good bit, but then there were some bangers that came out, and I was like, trap's pretty alright.
I love trap music, bro.
Trap music's pretty good. It's one of those. It's I wouldn't call it a guilty pleasure, but it's just some of it's pretty dumb, especially the meaning behind some of the lyrics.
Oh, I mean, there's fucking tons of music I listen to that have no fucking meaning to it. I just want to listen to it because it has drops and fucking drums and fucking guitar. I just want to hear the fucking music to the music,
Yeah, no. I get you. That actually popped in my head about lyrics not making sense. Bob Dylan. Do you like Bob Dylan?
Yeah. I don't love Bob Dylan, but I like Bob Dylan. I have friends that love Bob
Dylan. I think there's a couple. I think I gotta listen to Bob Dylan one more time because I don't think I was really that interested in Bob Dylan.
Here's 2 words. Nah, it's not for me. Never mind.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think this is Bob Dylan, but this is a great song. Hold on.
Don't play it.
No, I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think my usual go-tos for music is either
it's Rolling Stones,
90s hip hop, and some rock music, either progressive rock or grunge, or maybe it really depends because coming back to video game music, what kind of made me a little bit more interested in punk rock is fucking Sunset Overdrive. You ever play Sunset Overdrive?
No.
So that whole lyrical soundtrack is all punk music. And it's really fucking good. It's really, really good. I would say give it a chance. I think the one song I fucking love is Feel Your Hate from Sunset Overdrive. Because I really like that singer's voice. It's a female singer, and she has a very raspy voice, but it's there's something so good about it. It's just damn, you can feel the hate
That's something that took me a long time. Was to find like a few female singers that I like. I don't know why.
You just hate
I
the
just don't
females.
really like. I think a lot of it has to do with um when I would hear female singers, it'd be like a lot of pop music, and that's not like typically what I like to listen to.
Mhm.
Um, but there's a lot of rock and roll female singers that are great.
Oh yeah, yeah. Joan Jett.
Yeah,
Yeah. You got
yeah,
that.
that's the only one.
Pat Benatar is also another one.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Wasn't there a female singer for the Scorpions?
mm, mm, I don't know. I don't think
Thought she
so.
was, or thought that person was.
I don't think it's female. No, they were a glam rock group.
Hey.
That's why they looked like females back in the day.
Wow.
No, that's what glam rock was, or glam metal. They all had that
Saying
big
they were
hair.
cross dressers.
I mean, I'm not saying, but sometimes they be looking like women. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Glam rock was pretty great though, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, you got Twisted Sister.
I wholeheartedly, so you know how people say 80s was the best generation of music, 60s was the best generation. 40s, 50s, whatever. I don't think anyone says 40s or 50s really. But you know
Go
how
back to
people
the
like 60s,
1920s.
70s, 80s, best generations of music, and then now we're getting to where 90s people are going to say the 90s were the best generation of music or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I 1,000% think this is more true actually. The now generation is where you're going to find the best set of music at, because we have the progression of all these years where these people are making currently what works for them, and you still have people trying to recreate past music, which is not always great, but
Mhm.
you're still getting like this old stuff, kind of the old feel and all that.
Yeah, because that's always the thing with every kind of art form is that like there has to be a progression to make a breakthrough to make songs or any kind of art interesting.
Yeah.
But it's like it's also not a bad thing if a song uses like a beat or a sample from an old song. I mean, that's how most fucking hip hop songs are made.
No, dude, I fucking when they made Old Town Road, like I know people are hating on it, but I was like, it just sounds so good.
It's good. It's literally
Like,
good.
how can you hate that? Oh my god!
I didn't know.
Fuck, bro.
Sorry. Yeah.
Keep talking. I have to send you this fucking. This is such a good fucking mix.
Of Old Town Road.
No,
No, because like
it's a mix of. Have you heard the song "Knife Talk"?
No.
I think it's Drake.
No.
It has 21 Savage in it. Somebody took "Around the World," around the I don't want to sing it because I don't know how it fucking goes actually.
Oh,
Now.
Daft Punk?
No. "Around the World" was by somebody else, I think, right?
Around the world, around the world.
No.
Like that. Now that one?
Hold on.
Oh, I'm trying to think. What?
It is Daft Punk, but isn't there another one?
Fuck. I think I know what other song you're talking about.
ATC, "Around the World," la 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 la. Da na 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 na. Da na na na. That song.
Hold on.
I just sent you the fucking like mix of them, dude. It's holy shit, bro. I've been listening to these mixture songs lately, and they're so fucking good, man. It's because I think it's something about like the BPM like links up with it or whatever.
Oh, that song. Yeah. Is around the world. La
Yeah.
la 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 la.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. And I gotta listen to this fucking thing that you're sending me.
Bro, I love it so much.
Okay, yeah, I listened to a little bit of it. Yeah, it's pretty fucking good. That's a pretty good mix.
It's the most fucking unlikely pair, dude. He's
It
a street
it
turned into a
happens.
rapper. And
Yeah,
yo.
it happens. That's the thing, is that like with certain songs, BPMs, like
Yeah.
you can just do crazy shit. That's why like the fun thing you can like look on YouTube is like mashups of like certain
Yeah.
songs. I would say look up there's two guys I would recommend, Triple Q and
Okay.
Botanic Sage, because sometimes they do like mashup shit.
Send me the second guy's name.
Botanic Sage. Okay, I gotta remember that. But I think Botanic Sage is like known for one one Space Jam song that he mixed with something else, and it sounds like fucking crazy. But I'll send you like ones that I know from them. Triple Q I like as well, but there was something.
One guy I found on TikTok. I cannot find him doing any full versions of these songs. He like will release some of them on his SoundCloud, but he did this one song recently that I can't get I can't get it out of my head. I love it so fucking much. I want it. I want to download it. I want to fucking listen to it 24/7. Can't remember the song name. Like the two songs get mashed, but his name is Veggie Beats, and this guy is so fucking good. There's a lot of shit he does that's like like it's not great. But it's kind of like more so. I think maybe he doesn't care. But like I think it's more like he just does so fucking much. He's trying to like put out content every day.
Yeah.
Where of course like some of them aren't gonna hit, but like when it's fucking good, it's good, man. Like it's holy. I have to send you the one at some point when I find the one that he did that I liked. But
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
but yeah, those things are so good, man. I love
Yeah,
mashups.
mashups are really good. There was something I actually just listened to like not that long ago that was a mashup between Mr. Blue Sky and Eminem's 8 Mile.
Hey,
It's so weird because it works so well. But yeah, there's that. It's just speaking of like music and like stuff like that. I just want to give a quick shout out to a friend of mine, and he's speaking like SoundCloud and shit like that. I think he's genuinely like really talented, and it's unfortunate because like, you know, SoundCloud is like so overflowing with a bunch of people that like
yeah,
can make good music or like don't make good music. But he goes by the name of K Michaels, and it's him and another guy by the name of Don Andreas, and they do rap mostly, but like I think they're very very talented. But it's just like I said, it's unfortunate because like it's just the overflow of like other shit on SoundCloud.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, music.
I think probably your best way to get your stuff out there now is honestly TikTok.
TikTok.
I
yeah.
hate fucking saying it, man. Hate it. But only because like everyone's just fucking scroll. You know.
Yeah. Music. I mean, we could keep talking about music all day, but
No, yeah. My week's over. Sorry.
Right. Nah, man.
Stranger
cool.
Things. You're just like Papa. All right, I'm out.
You're just like Papa. You heard it here.
I hope you had a good week.
Wait until somebody mixes that specific line.
They did it already.
Oh God.
They did it on TikTok, brother.
Oh no. You're just like Papa. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Trying to think. What did I do my week? My turn, I guess. I worked like a lot, so there wasn't like too many things that I played because usually I just come home tired and I just fall asleep.
Fair.
But I think this is my Borderlands 3 update. I beat everything in Borderlands. All the DLCs are done. Main story's done. I basically moved that shit from my main drive to the fucking external hard drive, so I'm not gonna be touching that shit anytime soon. I'm trying to remember. I think the last time I talked about Borderlands, I was on Bounty of Blood DLC, and that was like the space western kind of DLC that was happening. It was alright. It was okay. It wasn't necessarily my favorite. And then after that was Psycho Krieg's Flustercluck. That one I kind of enjoyed a little bit. It was pretty short. it just makes me realize that Krieg the Psycho from Borderlands 2 is a very tragic character. That's all I can say. Because like there was some genuinely good writing for like a lot of moments where you talk to Krieg. Because the whole basis of that
Was
is
that Borderlands 2's expansion?
no, it's Borderlands 3 DLC based on a Borderlands 2 character.
The Clusterfuck one?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So basically the whole premise is that you're diving into the mind of Krieg the psychopath, and basically his whole storyline is his psyche has been split in half, and you're trying to find the location of like this vault from his mind, and you just go along with basically sane Krieg and psycho Krieg, you know, trying to tell you about shit. And like I said, it's one of those things where like he just how that's written, he's a very tragic character. That's all I can say. And I think overall my experience with Borderlands 3 is yeah, it's a video game. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it. But I dreaded listening to the fucking dialogue, and that was the thing that fucking killed it for me every time I booted up that game. Was like the main story was just like not the greatest.
Borderlands 3?
Borderlands 3.
Yeah, me and Wesley tried to play it. I'm sorry. He's played it multiple times, I think. I tried playing with him the other night, and like I still can't really get into it, man.
Yeah. I like the gameplay aspect of it. I like how they have like, oh yeah, this gun, you have a switch for it that changes into a different gun. And it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. And then you have the fucking they basically put in some mechanics that like should have been in there since the beginning, cuz like it was kind of in the era of like the slide running kind of shit.
Yeah.
But they also that's also the weird thing because like they make a joke about like modern first person shooters, because there was a whole bit in Borderlands 3 where like someone accidentally opens up like the cargo bay and like all the shit is like floating out to space. So then you have to close it, and then one of the characters makes a remark saying that like, there goes the jetpack, the grappling hook, the like the super weapon kind of thing, and it's just like a joke about like other modern first person shooters, and it's just like that's weird to put in here because it's like you could have put that in to make Borderlands 3 a little bit more different in gameplay, but overall it's not terrible. But like I said, the dialogue for that game is just not good. As for the DLCs, some of them are pretty alright. I think I mentioned the last time we did the podcast, the Handsome Jack DLC was pretty good. I enjoyed that. And I think the only other one was like the Krieg one was the other one I enjoyed. But the other two, Bounty of Blood was okay, and so was Sir Hammerlock's wedding, Guns, Love, and Tentacles, I think it's called.
Yeah.
That was okay. I thought it was all right, but yeah, just overall, Borderlands 3 is it's all right. It's not a terrible game, but if you're looking for like a good story, yeah. So yeah, that's all I can say about Borderlands 3. And then just trying to play some more stuff or like trying to catch up with things. I bought like a couple games recently that that I plan on streaming whenever I do streaming. I just got Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So we had a bit of a discussion earlier where I might have to contact eBay in the next coming days because I ordered a copy of Bayonetta 2. And I received Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So I have another copy of Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which I don't need, so I'm trying to contact the seller and let them know that I got the wrong thing. So there's that. But yeah, I bought another game. I bought a couple of like Switch games. I bought Live Alive, which is the RPG game where a lot of people are like saying that it's like kind of like Chrono Trigger in a way, But what I've been hearing about this game is that like it's like a really weird experimental game in a way. So I should probably check that out eventually. And what I'm currently playing and kind of investing my time into, and you're probably gonna hate this, Cyberpunk. I'm fully in Cyberpunk.
I hate it.
Yeah,
I don't like the game. I hope you do.
I'm kind of liking it. I know.
I mean, a lot of people liked it.
I would. So why didn't you like it? I think is the real question.
I think more so why I didn't like it was how many problems I was having playing the game, like actually being able to play the game on my machine.
Mm-hmm. And your machine being a PS4, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I made it halfway through the game on shit graphics and horrible mechanics because I would fall to the fucking ground. And I think that's why I don't want to go back, is because I would want to play the whole game over again, but I just have like this like, oh, I've already done this. I don't really want to do it again, you know?
Yeah. So I luckily avoided all that shit, and now the game is basically the way it was intended to be. And this is the thing where I still give somewhat of a small golf clap to CD Projekt Red. Even though the whole shit behind Cyberpunk was obviously the fucking downfall of that game, is that they know how to do they know how to do world building, especially if they're using a property. Because like in The Witcher 3 and the other Witcher games, they really were like, you're in this world. And I feel the exact same way with Cyberpunk, where it's like, Cyberpunk, I believe, is based off a like a role-playing game, like a Dungeons and Dragons kind of game. Let me actually look this up, because I believe it is a property from something else. Hold on. Yes, Cyberpunk is a tabletop role-playing game. Originally. So, yeah, so obviously it's gonna have the elements of like it having its own world, and there's certain things happening in it, and that's what I feel like in Cyberpunk, where it's like you're obviously new to everything in a way, even though your character is voiced and has his own opinions about the world. But you're essentially using that character as a vehicle to dive into it and being like, oh, I kind of understand why people are all weird cybernetic weirdos in a way. And then like you have the people who take it a little too far, where like half their face is fucking missing, but it's all replaced with like cybernetic shit, and it's like this weird, bizarre, I wouldn't say like it's a dystopian city in a way, because everything is all controlled by corporations and shit like that. So it's like it has a really, really interesting world that I'm really enjoying. And yeah, I think the story elements is pretty interesting, where I guess it's not really a spoiler, but like your character is being essentially taken over by Keanu Reeves. And I think that's Johnny Silverhand, where Keanu Reeves says he has an incredible cock.
Wait, does he?
Yeah, at a point.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he's like,
Keanu, I never knew.
Yeah, incredible cock. And it's like, damn, Keanu.
What can't you do? Sorry, go ahead.
But no, it's like I find that stuff interesting, where it's like that's part of the world, is that like their technology is so advanced that like it's still really fucked in a way. Because the whole process of Johnny Silverhand taking control of your character V. And there was a little thing that I didn't realize, because like I don't think I'm midway through the game, but I've done a lot. And Keanu just had a completely different look for some reason. And I was just like, is this supposed to be like a younger version of him? And I didn't realize that it was a DLC that was just installed to change his appearance. So I reverted it back to like the original look. Because like it's not necessarily a bad look on Keanu, because essentially it's just like like a half shave, but with like hair kind of like flipped over.
Oh.
Yeah, it's different. It's very different.
DLC?
But yeah, it was DLC to change his appearance.
Oh, okay.
It was a very different look, so I was just like,
why does he look like that? I don't think I've seen that yet, so.
No, yeah. So like I said, it was a weird experience just like playing the game, and I'm like, is there a point where he's just gonna change his look? Like how does he regrow his hair back? But yeah, it was just a DLC thing. And then I've met some of the characters in that world. I think the one unfortunate thing is we don't get to play a little bit more of like Jackie in the campaign, because like I don't know, should I go into a bit spoilers about Cyberpunk?
So that game's been out for fucking ever. Jackie's a great character, by the way.
I guess, yeah. Let's talk about Cyberpunk for a little bit, because I'm not that far into it, but like I would say I'm in there. So the start of the game is that like you get to choose like what kind of background you have. So
either didn't even know that.
Like nomad, city dweller, and I forget the other one. There was like something else.
Corporate.
Oh, corpo. Yeah, corpo. I chose nomad, and it's helped me a little bit so far. But basically your whole thing is that you're thrusted into the world of Cyberpunk, and you're basically a gun for hire. And one of your first things is you do a delivery job with a partner by the name of Jackie Wells.
Yeah.
And Jackie was like such an entertaining character, and then after you finish the whole thing with Jackie, there's a whole like montage sequence of like, look at this time you spent with Jackie, and this is how you two became like really good friends.
Yeah.
And then you get the main mission stuff where it's like Jackie dies, so it's like Jackie's just thrown out of the story, and it's like I would have liked to play that part where you get to like grow with Jackie, and it's like, damn, that kind of sucks when that happens.
Yeah, he's like the introduction though, right? Like,
yeah,
to kind of teach you how to play and shit.
Yeah, and just trying to teach you about the world essentially. But like I said, like you're meeting other characters and stuff like that right now. I think the character I'm mostly interested in, and I think now was an update to be dateable, is Pan Am.
Mm.
I like Pan Am.
Did you get beat up by Rick Ross yet?
By Dex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got beat up by Rick Ross. Yeah, like I said, I'm really interested in the story of Cyberpunk, because it's just like I don't know where it goes. But the world itself is so interesting, and like doing some of the side missions is actually kind of alright. I think the one that I did beat recently, it being side missions, is the Delamain. Yeah, Delamain. In the world of Cyberpunk, there's automated taxis by the name of Delamain, and that's like the luxury taxis.
I forgot about him. Yeah.
Yeah. So he gives you a side quest where it's like, oh, can you go round up some of these taxis that are out there that just basically wandered off? So you go off and you start to like try to interact with these taxis, and like they're sentient AIs, and like they're basically telling you that like they don't want to go back. And it's just like this interesting thing where it's like, this is how fucked this future is that like even the AI is like depressed or have gone insane, and it's like it's just like that makes it so much worrying.
Well, for that one, that was a what was his name?
Delamain?
Damien?
Delamain?
The
taxi?
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
His whole thing, from what I remember, was each car was a split personality from
so that's where I got
of him being a whole. So like one part might have been depressed, the other one's angry. It's just because it was one personality not put all together.
That's what I'm saying, is that like the AI can split its personality. Like there was a point where like he sends you a message trying to explain that like how this happened.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was just like this whole interesting thing where it's like The Witcher 3 had side quests that were like super, super interesting and were like prolonged in a way where it's just like here's this first half of this side mission. Oh, here's the second half of this side mission with the same characters that you talk to. It's just like this whole thing that progresses, and how it might have an effect in the main story, kind of. Because I kind of felt that way in The Witcher 3 specifically. But yeah, I'm having a good time with it. Like, I'm actually enjoying Cyberpunk for a good bit. Don't know when I'll finish it. I'm debating whether or not to complete all the trophies and shit like that, because it doesn't look that difficult. But I think there was also the thing where they're updating to do multiplayer. I don't know how the fuck that's gonna work, and also an expansion of some sort.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how like solid that is, right? Because like,
yeah, that experience.
There's a lot of companies that say shit like that, and then they just don't follow through.
Yeah, but that's also the other thing, is that like you see as to why the development of this game is such a cautionary tale, because it's like now it's gotten to the point of it being the way it was intended to be, and what it was before was a complete garbage mess that went gold. So the gold version still has those problems. I don't know. It's an interesting thing outside when you're looking from outside in, but playing it now, like, cause obviously I was one of those people that was like really on the fence of the game, even to the point where I was just like, nah, fuck this game. But now actually playing it, I'm like, you shouldn't have done what you did. It could have been one of a good game, because that's what it is. It's a good game. I wouldn't say it's like a masterpiece, but it is a good game from what I'm playing. And it's like, yeah, you just shouldn't have opened your mouths or been like, yeah, it's gonna be the fucking greatest game you ever played, and then this fucking thing comes out and it's a fucking clusterfuck. So that's on them. That's on CD Projekt Red, regardless. Yeah.
True.
Yeah. So Cyberpunk.
They're a bunch of pieces of shit. I mean, just joking.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the higher ups.
I was gonna say the people that worked on the game fucking mint, but the fucking higher ups, bro, are just.
Yeah, because remember that whole apology where, like, I think the owner came out and was like trying to blame the development team, and people in the development team were like, "Nah, fuck you. What are you talking about? This is all you guys. We have no control."
I don't remember too well the whole thing.
Apology. Yeah,
I do remember. News articles from gaming news places saying like, don't blame the
development team,
because it's not their fault.
Yeah, it's
which
all management.
I think a lot of people forget or don't really pay attention, and that's a good thing to remember. It's like, the people that actually worked on the game, they don't make the decisions to nerf and buff your fucking shit. They just go in and type it all because they're told to.
Yeah.
You know, they don't, also, and I'm sorry, I said nerf and buff because I'm thinking like other games, but like even people that are just making games, like, again, they were told to make the game, they didn't write it, they didn't, all this shit.
Yeah. It's not even that, it's just executive orders over how the game is supposed to be like made. Because because we had an article like a couple weeks back talking about how like they outsourced this shit to a different company, and they didn't do the research, and that other company kind of fucked things over for them, but they just didn't care and wanted to push the game out for sales. So it's just like I said, it's upper management's fucking bullshit that just happened to that game. So yeah, Cyberpunk, still going through it. I guess I'll probably update the next time we do another episode of like where I am in it. But yeah, so far I'm kind of enjoying it. And
I'm glad you're enjoying it, by the way. Even if I don't like something, I'm happy.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, will there be a point where you might return to it now that it's been updated for PS5?
Oh, you're actually asking me?
Yes.
Oh, I tried.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm probably not.
Because here's the thing, it's not flawless. There are still a couple bugs that I ran into, and it's just like, but it's not as bad as launch day Cyberpunk. So It's livable. It's livable.
I had bought it when I got my PS5 because it was on a ridiculous sale.
Yeah.
And then when the PS5 version update came out, I tried it, and like I had said before, I just didn't really want to go through the beginning story again. Just, I mean, maybe one day, like you said, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't like The Witcher when I played that, but I'd probably go back and play that now after I watch the show.
Witcher 3 is really good. But
yeah, and I know people love it.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to get into some things like that.
That's also the other thing, is that Witcher 3 was also a mess when it launched.
Right.
Yeah. I would say, you said your PC is not the greatest PC.
Not at all.
Okay. Yeah, because I was to say, why don't you play the old Witcher games? Because they're all on PC.
I can probably handle those.
But I would say Witcher 1 is also a weird game for weirdos because of how the combat controls. It's not... Yeah, it's really fucking weird. I remember playing that on my fucking laptop. And it actually
was one of the big things that like turned me off for Witcher 3 was the magic. I didn't really prefer it.
Sorry.
I just didn't really. I didn't find it as enjoyable as like say Final Fantasy and I know it's different games, but
yeah. No, I get it. It's fair. So yeah, besides those two, on stream, if you haven't seen my stream, twitch.tv/the_writers_den.
He'll put it right here in this area.
I'm not editing. I'm not editing for shit.
He'll edit it, don't worry.
So I beat Stranger of Paradise.
Oh, nice. I don't think I saw you beat it.
No, you didn't. Nobody was there.
I'm so sorry, brother.
Yeah, it happens, but it's all right.
I must have been drinking too much Kool-Aid and sleeping.
I feel accomplished. I did it. I beat the Stranger of Paradise. I really like it because it feels like Nioh. NIOH, that game. It could just be Nioh 3. But
that was the final boss.
The final boss was kind of I think my cat is outside my door. I think she's crying to come inside. No, she's not coming inside because I know she's gonna start. She's gonna cry. Cat hate. She's gonna start climbing on things because
everybody note 8:14 to 21 a.m.
No, that reminds me. So I got these storage cube things to put like all my shit in. So like it looks nice. Like I had my shit organized. So I was looking around and I said, a couple of my figures like fell like behind my nightstand. So I picked them up and I see one of my figures and I see that like it's been chewed to shit. And I'm like, oh, I know who did this. It's because my fucking cat was chewing on it. So yeah, it wasn't me.
I can't believe you're just like Alinity.
Oh man, gonna throw my cat behind me.
Oh, I was thinking good vodka, but yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
God. But yeah, speaking of Twitch, yeah, I beat Stranger Paradise. Its story is goofy as fuck. They made a lot of references to Final Fantasy 1, and I feel like I was kind of out of the loop with some of the references, but other than that, its story was anime as fuck as well. Because it's super stupid. It's so dumb. But gameplay wise, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really fun. I might check out the DLC once I think it's supposed to be like 3 story expansions happen, but I'll wait until they all release just to see how they all are. Because what I've been hearing is that the first one is actually pretty enjoyable. Yep. And then when you beat the main storyline of the game, you unlock Chaos Mode, which is like a harder difficulty for the game. And essentially what you have to do is when you start a mission, you get asked if like you want to try it on this level or you want to like try it on like different levels higher up. And it's just like this interesting like replayability kind of things where you can try it on like different levels in order to get better items and shit like that. So it's essentially like a loot game in a way. It's like Diablo, kind of.
My favorite,
yeah.
except for when they destroyed it.
Yeah. Which reminds me, I really gotta go back and play Diablo 2. I just hopped off for a good bit, and now I'm remembering. Oh yeah, I like Diablo 2. Gotta go
I'm
back.
sure you like it, you fucking liar.
Yeah. Um. But yeah, as for video games, I haven't really been playing anything else. I played a little bit of Guilty Gear Strive, obviously for streaming as well, because a new character came out during Evo. So
a new old character.
A new old character, but yeah, when we get to our new stuff, that's when we'll talk about that.
Honda came out.
That's right. Good old Ryu Street Fighter came out. Yeah, video games basically did not play a huge amount, but what I've been doing a huge amount, and on top of that, this just a little background. This is 2 weeks after the last episode, so I've been watching a shit ton of movies. Before this episode, I was watching Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon because I've never seen that movie. And I was kind of enjoying it, but I said I was enjoying it. I kind of like it, but I don't know if a lot of people would like it because it's one of those like Chinese action movies where it's like a lot of like high wire flying kind of thing. You know, where like people are able to like jump in the air like superhumans and like run on rooftops and shit like that. But Michelle Yeoh's in it, Chow Yun-fat. They're really good. Yeah. So but like I said, I watched a shit ton of stuff.
I only know who Chow Yun-fat is because of you. Because you said his name so much, and I've had to like look him up.
Yeah,
oh yeah, now I know who that guy is.
Hard Boiled, you got Hard Boiled. You got fucking.
He's a good actor, man. I like him. He's in a lot of things that I enjoy.
The Killers, is The Killers or Replacement Killers? No, The Killers. Yeah. And
I thought you meant the band for a second.
And fucking Dragon Ball Evolution. You know.
Dragon Ball Evolution. Right.
Yeah, he was Roshi.
God, sad he had to go into that movie.
Yep.
I feel like he was only big talent in there too. Whoever played Goku, I've never seen that guy in anything else.
Justin Chatwin, I think his name is. It's Great funny. Chatwin. It's what?
I said, yeah, Great Chatwin.
Oh, Great Chatwin. It's funny because the guy who played Goku, Justin Chatwin, and the girl that plays Bulma in that movie are both in the show Shameless.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they played boyfriend and girlfriend for a good while. It was weird because I was like, "Oh shit, this is them." I want to say pre-Dragon Ball. No, I think it was after Dragon Ball Evolution. I don't remember. Either way, so back to movies that I watched. I don't remember if I mentioned the last episode, but I watched The Northman.
Oh,
yeah, I watched Robert Eggers' The Northman. I really fucking like that movie. I really like that movie. And I'm thinking because like I remember Wesley mentioned that he watched it and he was like, I didn't like it. And I was like,
I was gonna say, didn't he not like it?
He didn't like it. I fucking really liked it. I thought it was
Holy
really
shit,
good.
This guy's fucking ripped.
Alexander Skarsgård.
I think so. Whoever the main guy is.
Yeah, he's very funny looking in that movie because like he tries to come off as like this slave farmer, but he's like kind of like hunched over like this most of the time.
Skarsgård was it, no?
His brother Bill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I really like that movie. I if you can watch that movie, I would say watch it because it's a very straightforward plot, but
holy shit,
it's really fucking good. I think it's really good. Wesley,
art looks fucking crazy.
Just how that movie is shot is like, it's just really good.
Yo, that's Willem Dafoe.
Oh yeah, Willem Dafoe's in there. Dude, Willem Dafoe is fucking great, even though he's not in the movie for like so long. Fucking Ethan Hawke is in there as well. Nicole
first picture
Kidman?
of Willem Dafoe is just him with a receding hair.
Yeah, and then he's like, "You will become the Northman," and it's just like, yeah, Willem Dafoe.
Where can I watch this, dude?
I'll send you a way you can watch it.
Okay.
Don't worry. So yeah, Northman I watched. I really enjoyed it. So Wesley's wrong. I
Oh
just want to point
shit.
that out. He's not here to defend himself, so he's just wrong. Um, China. Uh, uh,
Oh.
so the other movies that I watched, I finally watched Men. Do you remember?
Okay. I
When,
haven't seen that yet. How was it?
okay. Uh,
And don't go too much detail.
all I can say is it's not a conventional movie plot. There's a lot of like little like messages that the movie is trying to say, and it also makes references to like certain historical things about like certain mythologies and stuff like that that I didn't know about until like I had somebody basically explain it to me through a video in a way. That it once you hear the explanation for it, it starts to like really make sense. But when you go in that movie cold like I did, I was just like, what the fuck is happening? But it's not to say that the movie isn't like startling, because it is a very startling movie. I wouldn't call it like, actually it does have horror in it. There are horror elements in that movie. Overall I
I
enjoyed.
thought it was a horror movie now.
It is technically a horror movie because like I'm trying to think, it's very slow burn in a way. Yeah, I would say it's a slow burn horror movie, because like the start of it is like building its way up, and then the end is where it's just like fucking everything just comes out. But if you want to give that movie a shot, I'd say yeah, watch it. But if you want an explanation as to like certain undertones of like certain things that are presented, I would say watch a video. I would probably send you the video if you ever watch that movie, Men. But I liked it. Yeah, so after Men, I watched Clint Eastwood's. No, I think I mentioned this last week. I watched Fistful of Dollars, which is the first movie of the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly trilogy. And then I watched a sequel called A Few Dollars More.
Hold on. Is Clint Eastwood?
Yeah, it's like Western Clint Eastwood.
All right.
When he went by the Man with No Name. It's not old man Clint Eastwood where he's scared of all the immigrants.
I I don't particularly hate a lot of actors, man.
But Clint Eastwood has got it up there.
Hate Clint Eastwood, man.
I
know people are like mad respectful of this guy and love him and all this shit, and I'm just like,
yeah.
All I can ever think of is fucking racist old man Clint Eastwood, dude.
I mean, he's enjoyable in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and well, I haven't seen The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, but like the trilogy, the first two movies, A Fistful of Dollars and A Few Dollars More, because like spaghetti westerns are one of those movies where that genre, that subgenre of movies where it's just like they just feel so extravagant in a way, and it's interesting when watching it. Like obviously those movies are made by Sergio Leone, and he was known for making like really good spaghetti western movies. So it's just like
Spaghetti.
Yeah, spaghetti. You know why they call it spaghetti westerns?
The tumbleweeds.
What?
I don't know. I
Okay.
was trying to guess, man.
I thought you said Hubie Halloween for a bit.
No, I said tumbleweeds. Y'all love Hubie Halloween. Probably fucking, the year that movie came out, probably that got a Grammy. Wait, no, an Emmy? Whatever the fuck,
An Oscar.
whatever a Golden Globe.
Yeah, yeah, you're
Oscar.
Fine.
Nickelodeon Choice Award.
So basically, the term spaghetti western comes from the fact that a lot of those movies were shot in Italy and are
What?
Yeah, a lot of those movies they have Italian actors in them.
Oh.
And Sergio Leone is Italian.
shit is oh fuck, Pilgrim. Is that guy American Italian?
John Wayne?
Yeah.
Well, that's a Western, regardless. Spaghetti Western is a subgenre.
Yeah, I would assume he was in a spaghetti western now.
I don't know. I really don't know. Perfect example. So, the movie Django, the titular character Django, the name is a reference from a spaghetti western by the same name called Django.
Mhm.
And the actor that played Django in the spaghetti western is in Quentin Tarantino's Django. Do you remember the scene where they're in that little hotel thing where the Mandingo fighting happens?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that like old guy at the bar talking to Django, and Django's like the D is silent?
Yeah.
That's that guy he's talking to is the original actor from the spaghetti western.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there you go.
Damn, he's old.
Yeah. Yeah. Because those movies were like super popular in the 70s, so like it makes sense.
Yeah. I just want to take a hot second to appreciate the old German guy who's in there.
Christoph Waltz.
Fucking love that guy, man.
Yeah. Hashtag Christoph Waltz forever.
He's such a good actor.
He's really good
in almost everything he's in. Sorry.
No, because like there was another thing I wanted to bring up about spaghetti westerns. They make a reference to that in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Okay.
Rick Dalton, Leonardo DiCaprio character.
I haven't seen
Once Upon a
Time yet.
It's good, but like there's a little scene where like he's trying to rebuild his career. So his stuntman Brad Pitt is like, "Oh, why don't you just do spaghetti westerns?" And he's like, "I don't want to be in a fucking spaghetti western movie." It's like those things are awful. And then like there's a whole thing about it, but I really like that part. But it makes me realize that like I haven't really watched that many spaghetti westerns. I watched maybe like one or two westerns. But I like the cowboy aspect of it. But yeah,
shoot, bang, bang.
Yeah, shoot, yeehaw. So yeah, and then after that, I rewatched Police Story. I got the Criterion Collection.
Fucking god.
I got the Criterion Collection version of Jackie Chan's Police Story. Damn, Police Story 1 is so fucking good. And especially seeing it like HDified is like it's a good looking movie. I still gotta watch Police Story 2, but you know, that's besides the fact. And on top of that, the Criterion Collection comes with like little like add-on stuff, like interviews with Jackie Chan and like little documentary stuff about him. And it's like, man, it's really interesting to see the mindset of like Jackie Chan's production for a movie. And I didn't know this. His first American movie was a movie called The Protector. And I watched a clip of it and I'm like, this movie looks kind of interesting. But then I'm like reading all the comments and like people talk about how like this movie doesn't really let Jackie Chan shine. And on top of that, there's a weird moment where Jackie Chan, he curses at someone. He's like, he tells someone to give him the keys, but like he pulls out his gun and he's like, give me the fucking keys. And it's just like this weird thing of like, whoa, Jackie Chan. But the interesting aspect of that movie is like, because that movie was such a flop, and on top of that, the director didn't really let Jackie Chan shine, was the reason why Jackie Chan went back to Hong Kong and made Police Story. And that's how Jackie Chan became a big fucking name in North America, because when that movie eventually got released in North America, everybody was like, whoa, it's like this movie looks fucking crazy, like this guy can really do this shit.
I'll have to watch it then.
Yeah. But also on top of that, he was also in the Cannonball Run movies, the racing movies. I think Burt Reynolds is in them. Cannonball Run. I could be wrong, but like, yeah, Jackie Chan. Cannonball Run. Hold on, let me. I believe it is like a race across America. The Cannonball Run. Yep, cross country car race. Yeah, Jackie Chan's in it. as Jackie. But yeah, it's just interesting seeing like all these like little documentary stuff and like that little interview. Well, not interview, but like, well, yeah, that interview with Edgar Wright, because Edgar Wright is apparently like a huge Jackie Chan fan. Because like it was during the time where they interviewed him for Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and he was like talking about how like his influences for his movies, well, specifically that movie, was that like he's a huge fan of Jackie Chan. So yeah, but the other thing that I want to mention is that like the kind of shitty thing about Jackie Chan is that his political views kind of suck. But that's besides the point. I just want to put
as
out
far
there.
as him from being China, right? Or not
he's
being from China.
He's super pro China. Like,
so like
super.
He was
pro.
born and raised, no?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, of course, the guy's gonna.
And on top of that, he is the biggest name in China, so it makes sense.
You know, I mean, I don't fault people for being born and raised in like
in a different environment,
a certain environment.
Yeah, I know, but like just like I'm saying overall, there's some point of views of Jackie Chan that like I don't necessarily agree on, and I love his movies. But that's also the thing where you gotta split the art from the artist at times.
Exactly.
So yeah, Police Story, good movie. Probably gonna watch Police Story 2 eventually. And then what else I watched? I watched Umbrella Academy season 3. That's the season 3 that I watched. Goddamn, Umbrella Academy is really good.
Yeah, no, don't watch Stranger Things season 3.
No, I'm probably gonna watch Peaky Blinders all over again.
Shit, I do need to start that.
It's good.
My friend keeps telling me to watch it.
Peaky fucking Blinders.
Hey, fucking governor.
Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, that's all you're gonna hear in Peaky Blinders.
We also have umbrellas. Hey. Oi. I don't know.
Yeah, Peaky Blinders. Not Peaky Blinders. Umbrella Academy. Season 3 was really fun. I really enjoyed it. I watched Prey, the new Predator movie.
Okay, that's on Hulu.
Yes, I watched it. I enjoyed it. I liked it. I didn't know that there was backlash for it, because people were saying that it's too woke because you have a female main character. Yep,
she looked cool to me.
She's fine in the movie. Like, she's good. So yeah, there's that. There's one movie that I'm going to leave at the end that is of note, but we'll get there. I watched Burt Reynolds and John Voight in Deliverance, which was like the 70s movie that these 4 guys go on like a canoeing trip, and they're being hunted by like a bunch of like hillbillies. Well, just 2 guys basically.
John Voight is Jon, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, John Voight. Yeah. He is the father of Angelina Jolie.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. So yeah, that movie was really good. I really enjoyed Deliverance. So far, a lot of the movies that I watched pretty good. But it's one of those things where like they basically come to like a solution about them being hunted, and then the rest of the movie is just like a guilt trip. It's like it's a feel bad movie. So it's interesting watching it. So the last 2 things that I watched, well, the first one I'm going to mention. I watched The Many Saints of Newark, the Sopranos movie. So,
talk about it, kid.
Forget about it.
So you've seen this show, though, right?
I've seen The Sopranos, yes.
Okay.
There's a part of me that likes the movie, but there's also a part of me that doesn't like it. I like it because of the nostalgia factor, because it's like, yay, we get to revisit the world of the Sopranos. The reason I didn't like it was because of how the story was written, and it's by the same writer of the Sopranos, and it's weird because it's like kind of an origin story, but at the same time its own thing. But how it resolves itself is kind of underwhelming, and to the point where it just like it feels not that great. Did you watch The Many Saints of Newark?
Yeah.
You watched it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you want to talk about it?
I'm not huge on like detailing much.
Okay, do you remember the show?
I didn't like it.
Okay.
I enjoyed some parts of it. It's been a while since I watched it. When it
Mm.
released, I watched it. So,
Yeah.
um, the show overall good.
Yes.
Definitely pieces of the show I didn't enjoy. Like there was, some parts, but
Yeah. Yeah.
the movie itself, I think, was more an overall bad than it was good.
Good. Okay. Like I said, I'm very mixed about it. I think overall my feelings for this movie is mixed. Would I recommend it to a Sopranos fan? Not really. Like, if you're really interested in like the somewhat origin story of Tony Soprano, then sure. Um, but overall, it's not really needed because also on top of that, the show even explains some of these events that happen.
If you don't already have an HBO Max subscription, there's no reason to go watch this.
True. I mean, it is on HBO Max, yeah. So
Right. If you have the subscription and you're a fan, I would watch it.
yeah,
But if you're not,
then don't.
yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, if you want to keep a
really
good memory, if you want to keep a good memory of The Sopranos, don't watch this. But
yeah, man, that's a good point that people don't really think about. I think when it comes to like new media for something old that they liked
Mhm.
is just because something new comes out doesn't mean it's good. You know.
Yeah. So I guess like spoilers for the many saints of Newark. It's weird because like, can I really say it's spoilers? Yeah, kind of, because like especially that ending. Yeah. So how the movie starts is kind of interesting, where you have a bit of a narrator being Christopher Moltisanti, and the story is essentially about his dad, Dickie Moltisanti. And it's also this weird thing where how it starts, where it's like, Christopher talks about his life of being a soprano, and about how this is the origin story of his uncle Tony Soprano Gabagool. Uh, but I think the highlight of the movie is the guy that plays Dickie Moltisanti, Uncle Dickie.
Yeah.
I think he's the highlight of that movie. I think he's really, really good. And Odom Bellum Jr. Odom Bellum Jr.?
Oh fuck! I completely forgot. The Punisher's up in that bitch too.
Yeah, John Barenthal is in there. Yeah, John Barenthal is also really good in that movie. Is it? What the fuck is his name? Odom Bellum? Oh, shit. Many Saints of Newark. Hold on. Excuse me, Leslie Odom Jr. Goddamn. Yeah, like some of the cast is pretty good. Like, John Barenthal is also really good as John Soprano. He plays Tony's dad, and like he's just this unhinged motherfucker. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you could kind of see how Tony is kind of unhinged, but then you also have those elements of what is her name? Vera Farmiga, who plays Tony's mom, and it's like she's fucking great as Tony's mom.
Yeah.
Like she really reminded me of the original actress.
I hated her.
Exactly. That's the whole thing about The Sopranos.
I know.
And they kind of do that in the movie where they talk about like Tony doesn't really have any good memories with his mom, and like the only good moment he had was when she read a book to him, and that's it. And then she's always confrontational, and then like there's that one scene in the movie where like Tony talks to her about how she's doing, and then she's talking about how like her doctor's trying to recommend her antidepressants, and he's like, oh, why don't you try it? And then like she just becomes argumentative and is like, I don't need this, Tony. I don't need it from you. I don't need this from your father, and this and that. And like it's just like they can't have a conversation. Like it's like, yes, they captured that element of The Sopranos where it's like Tony has really bad mommy issues. But yeah, it's just the main story itself. It's like it doesn't feel like that ending does not feel satisfying. And that's also the other thing about Sopranos is like sometimes you don't get a satisfying ending, and that's the major thing, especially with the last episode of that series. I like that ending, to be honest, but like that's weird because like I'm saying is that like I really like that ending because it's up for interpretation. But when you have this movie where it's like, here's the end result of everything that's happened, and it's not really left up to interpretation. It's just like, here it is, plain view, and it's really unsatisfying. It's just like, that's just bitter. It's not even bittersweet. It's just bitter. But I think overall, like some of the people doing like the impressions of certain characters are pretty well done. But that's also the other thing is that like this is a movie made for the fans in a way. Because it's all like, you remember this guy? You remember this guy? Like, you remember Paulie Walnuts, and the guy that does the Paulie Walnuts impression is pretty fucking good. Like, he's really good as a young Paulie Walnuts. Then you got the guy who is also doing like an impression of Silvio. You know, you got the guy who does Junior Soprano, the guy with the glasses.
Yeah,
he does a really good like version of a younger Junior. Like I'm saying is that like the cast is pretty all right. Ray Liotta is Ray Liottaing everywhere.
Man, R.I.P. brother.
Yeah, rest in peace, Ray Liotta. Also, rest in peace,
Paulie Walnuts.
Paulie Walnuts. God damn, man.
All of them.
Yeah,
All
fucking James Gandolfini, especially. You know,
someone, one of my friends I hadn't talked to in a while had hopped on a game with me the other day, and he was like, "Hey man, it's not a good time to be a good fella right about now," you know. And I was like, "Yeah, it's so true."
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, Ray Liotta. I thought he was great as the father and the uncle, because that was the whole thing about that. The Funko, because like he's a twin, so you know you have that beginning part where he comes back from Italy with a young wife, and he's talking about like, you know, giving her the good life in America, and then like it's also that seedy, grimy part of the Sopranos world where it's like it's not like a life of luxury. It's just like them just getting by in a way. So like he's a huge asshole to his wife, and you know the son Dickie like kills him, and you know it becomes this whole thing where like Dickie has this whole guilt trip, and like he goes to his uncle who is a exact twin of his dad, but like not like appearance wise he's like that, but personality wise he's completely different. So it's just like the undertones of that, of like him trying to get rid of his guilt is there, and like the underlying the underlying message of the Sopranos is just like, you should probably go to therapy. I think that's like the biggest thing of the Sopranos. It's just like, go to therapy. That's it. But yeah, I think and I guess like, you know, big spoilers. The ending was really unsatisfying because of the fact that like you in the show you're told about Christopher Moltisanti's dad, Dickie Moltisanti, dying, and you know they build up this whole thing about him and Harold, the black guy, about how they're basically butting heads, and then the payoff to that is that Harold had nothing to do with his death. It was Junior the entire time, because Junior was very petty and is very petty. So he orders a hit on him because he laughed at him. And then at the end result, you know, you get Harold living the good life, and that's it. That's the end of that movie. And I think it's also really, I don't know if I was like laughing, or because I remember having a big grin on my face because I could feel it when they're at Dickie's funeral, and young Tony Soprano, which by the way I think his son is also pretty good as that, because you know James Gandolfini's son, Michael,
right,
you know, they have that moment where they're staring at each other, and then you get that little start of the music from the opening of the show. You know, woke up this morning, got yourself a guy, and then like, you know, you're seeing this moment of like Tony having this imaginary moment with his uncle giving the pinky promise of like of becoming a soprano, and it's just like, all right, this is stupid, but I kind of soprano. Got to get that gabagool, kid.
Yeah, I got about all the ghoul. How you doing?
Well, oh my god, I'm thinking about
I hate that song, by the way.
What, the Sopranos intro?
Woke up this morning.
I fucking love it. I love it.
About coffee. Blah 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 blah.
I recommend listening to the video game Donkeys version of it, because he got some gabagool from Scooby Doo.
What?
I have to send this to you. It's so fucking hilarious. But yeah, overall, I would not it's not a must see for anyone that really enjoyed The Sopranos. Because that's the thing, is that like it's all been stated in the show. It's just like, here's what happened. But there's also a thing that I saw that like the director was talking about how this movie wasn't necessarily like the start of Tony Soprano, which he's more interested in like doing like a rise to where he gets to in the show, essentially. But I don't know how that would go if they ever return back to a Sopranos movie. Yeah. Overall, oh, and you know the hilarious thing as well. Excuse me, I can't even fucking talk. The really funny thing is Joey Diaz is in that movie. So
oh shit, yeah, I love him, man.
So you know who he's supposed to be?
I don't remember. It's been a while.
Okay, so he's a character by the name of Buddha, but he is Big Pussy's dad. So this is beyond irony. So there's like interviews with Joey Diaz talking about like his early days as a comedian, and how when The Sopranos went really big, he would get mistaken for the actor that played Big Pussy from the show. So it's just this thing that kind of came full circle, where like he's in The Sopranos and he plays his dad.
Yeah.
It's just very kind of like meta thing, I feel, with it. But yeah, the Many Saints of Newark, because that's what that means. Many saints, multisanti, many saints.
Okay, I'm done.
Sorry. God, I was watching that movie. I was like, man, this movie is just reeking of spaghetti sauce. It's so stupid. It smells like so much garlic bread. Sorry, that was very offensive to Italian Americans. Yeah, weird time I had with that movie. I'm very, like I said, I'm very mixed about it. And the last movie that I watched in theaters. I finally watched Nope.
Oh, don't tell me anything.
Okay. All I'm gonna say on the three movies that Jordan Peele has made, Nope, Get Out, and Us, where I would put it here's my ranking of his movies. Get Out is obviously first. Nope is second, and then Us.
Yeah, that's a pretty trash. I agree.
Yeah. But yeah, if you haven't seen Nope yet,
speaking of Get Out, dude, I kind of want to watch that shit again just because of how good it was.
Same. I was thinking about ordering a physical version of Get Out just so I can have it and rewatch it. Because it was on Netflix for a good bit, but then I think obviously the licensing just went away. Oh, which reminds me, Uncharted is on there.
On Netflix, yeah. I have to watch it. Who was I talking to?
Who were you talking to?
Oh man.
Did you wake up this morning? Did you get yourself a gun?
I think I was talking to Wesley, man, and I was like, I don't know what I want to watch, and then I was like,
Watch
maybe I'll
Uncharted.
watch. And then I think I told him I was like, I think I'm gonna watch Uncharted, and I think he was like, probably not. Don't do that. That's bad.
Wesley has bad opinions.
No, he's probably right. It's probably bad.
No, he has bad.
Have you watched it?
I haven't watched it, but he was talking about the Northman being bad, and I fucking love that movie. I went from like to love because I really like that movie. And that was the thing is
I do really want to watch The Northman now, though. To be fair, the art style looks great.
That was the thing is that like I was kind of like watching it in spite because of Wesley being like, "Oh, it's not good." I'm like, but I really liked The Lighthouse. I really liked The Witch.
He said, "You know what, Wesley?"
I was like, "Fuck you!" As I was watching.
Even if this is bad, I'm telling Wesley it's good.
It's good. It's so good, Wesley. Oh, smooch, smooch, The Northman. But no, like I genuinely really enjoyed it, and I'm like, why did he dislike it? Like it's not hard to understand. The plot is very simple, and it's just a revenge movie. Like it's a good revenge movie. But I don't know why he disliked it so much. Like I'm saying, Wesley has bad opinions, but that's we know this. We know this. Go watch Uncharted. You know what? I'll watch Uncharted, and then you watch Uncharted, and then next week or 2 weeks.
I'll watch it tonight. Yeah,
two weeks from now, we come back together and talk about Uncharted.
I'll try my best to make it a week. I know I'm not that great at being on time for these right now.
Nah, that's fine, man. Because you got other shit you got to do. Same thing with me. You know, I got work on the week.
Sometimes sleep ends up being that thing, though. Sometimes I'm just tired, bro.
Sometimes it's just sleep I need. Yeah. So I'll probably watch Uncharted once I'm finished with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. And I'll probably update
Crouching
with
Dragons, Tigers may be hidden.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragons. But anything else that I've done besides watching anything? No, yeah, like I said, haven't been playing that much. I've been watching a lot of shit, but I haven't been playing that much. I'm looking around. No, yeah, that's basically been my 2 weeks in a way. So yeah, do you want to take a break or do you want to roll through these news things?
I'm actually good to go.
You good to go?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Do I want to get another water?
Go get a water, bro.
Go get a water. So I'll be right back.
I can't believe you agreed to that. That was obviously a fucking lie. Don't do that. Go get your water.
Yeah, we'll get my water. All right, we'll be right back. All right, we're back. We were right from my breaks. I got water. Delicious. So let's talk about the news. You ready for the news?
Starting at the bottom, yeah.
All right. So, what do you know about them WWE games?
Not much. I got a friend that plays them a lot.
Did you play the old THQ ones?
Are we talking
like SmackDown
2000 to 2002 type of shit?
Yeah, SmackDown versus Raw, that kind of shit.
Maybe like one or two of them. Really didn't get into them. Same.
I was the exact same way, but I remember I enjoyed a little bit of like the PSP one. I want to say it was like 2006 or 5, one of those, one of the 2000s. But I never really got into like the WWE games. I remember I liked wrestling. But you know, being this part of the news, so AEW, so those who don't know what AEW is, it's All Elite Wrestling. Is basically a subdivision of the WWE, or I don't know. I don't remember if it is a part of the WWE. But anyways. AEW is getting a game finally. So it's being developed by Yuke's and THQ Nordic. So yeah, this is something that a lot of people who have nostalgia factor for the old 2000s SmackDown vs. Raw, you're getting it here with AEW. Does the game necessarily look great? I don't know. It's up for interpretation. Kenny Omega.
AEW is its own, by the way.
Oh, it's its own thing? Okay, so that's good. Kenny Omega, as you can see from this article from WrestlingInc.com, looks a little plasticky, but that's fine. But the stuff that they've been announcing for all the gameplay stuff, they're having single matches, tag team, 3-way, 4-way, ladder matches, casino battle royale, a bunch of other shit. You can do customization stuff. I think you can create a character. Well, yeah, you got create a wrestler. And then what I was seeing was that apparently there's other different mini game modes that you can do, which is really interesting. They're really going all out for this. So yeah, it's interesting at the fact that a return of Yuke's is making an appearance, because I don't know what else Yuke's has made besides the wrestling games.
The fuck is Yuke's?
Like I said, they were the company that made all the wrestling games.
Oh,
yeah, because Yuke's Yuke's used to be the developer before WWE became 2K's whole thing. Because before it was called SmackDown vs. Raw, now it's just called WWE, 2K WWE, something WWE 2K something. All I know is that this new one that came out with I think Rey Mysterio's on the cover.
Yeah.
It's not good, and on top of that,
not
a lot of
was it? Or was
no
it the actual WWE 2K?
An actual 2K game.
Okay.
All I know is that it's not particularly the greatest version of that game. And a lot of the people from the roster left the WWE. So there are people that are on there that left within that year. So it's very weird. But yeah, I'm looking at Yuke's. Apparently they're a Japanese-based developer, so that's interesting. But oh no, holy shit. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. No, wait, what the fuck? What? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, 2K Sports is the developer for the WWE 2K games. But yeah, Yuke's was there originally for SmackDown vs. Raw. Yeah, it's interesting to see them come back, but I guess good for AEW, trying to make some money back from that. Which is another thing we need like I said, I wasn't really too into wrestling, but this thing that came out recently was kind of crazy to think about. So Vince McMahon is retiring, or he has retired.
That had a lot to do with other things, but yeah.
Yeah. He's kind of being forced to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's money dispute and sexual harassment claims.
Yes. So there's that.
So, it's a good time for him to leave.
So who's taking over now, I believe, is Triple H.
Thought his daughter was, no?
Well, they're married.
Oh, Triple H and his daughter?
Yeah, Stephanie McMahon is married to Triple H.
Oh, okay.
So I believe they're taking over, but
wow. So you're saying the woman can't? Okay, that's
yeah, only Triple
choice you made.
Only big strapping mans like Triple H can do it.
No one sings like Gaston. Go ahead.
Gabagool. Yeah, that's interesting. That's happening. So who knows where the direction of this, this game and the next 2K game might go, with everything changing. But yeah, it's just interesting to see that Yuke's is getting a return to wrestling.
I'm sorry, I can't take the name Yuke's.
Yuke's?
It's just a funny name.
Yeah, because they did a lot of Japanese wrestling games. And I'm looking at their Wikipedia.
Maybe 5 years ago, found out how fucking big wrestling is in Japan, man.
Oh yeah, wrestling is huge.
Yeah.
Kenny Omega, he was originally from Japan. He's
okay.
He's an American, but his whole start was that he was a wrestler. He was a wrestler in Japan. And Japanese wrestling is fucking crazy. It's almost like Mexican lucha libre, where they're doing high flying stuff and shit. Yeah. Shinsuke Nakamura, I think, is also another one. He's on WWE though. Yeah, Japan is making a huge splash with Japanese wrestlers. So yeah, for whoever's hyped about that, get hyped about AEW video game.
Sweaty men smacking sweaty men in
Yeah.
spandex.
You know what game I really wanted to play that I heard was really good was oh god, what is it called? All Stars, I think it's called. WWE All Stars. It was like really arcadey.
Oh, please not the new one.
No, not Battlegrounds.
Battlegrounds is fucking riddled with errors.
Yeah, no, not Battlegrounds. All Stars, yeah. Where it was like a more arcadey form of wrestling, and that game looked fucking cool. But yeah, that's just me. But you know what else is super cool?
No.
Okay.
I disagree.
You disagree with this article?
Okay. Are we talking about the cat one?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with the article. I don't like Stray, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't played Strayed, so...
Wait a second, I don't like cats, never mind. Yeah, I disagree with the fucking article.
Okay. Wow, alright. So, anyways, you know, it's cool for people that like cats. Because Stray coming out and being super popular, there was a stream event that happened, by the username... What's his name? Trey Day 1014 on Twitch or some streaming service.
Yeah.
He did a charity event where he was raising money for shelters for cats. And basically, yeah, the developer for Stray kind of got into the whole thing and was like, yeah, we're going to be donating, monies, and we have a little lotto thing for people at the animal shelter to get the copy of a game. So it's like this whole neat thing that was happening because of the popularity of Stray. It's just nice. It's just really, really nice. It's a nice thing that happens for animals in the shelter.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely joking, by the way. Like, good thing for animals. Animals.
Yeah.
If it was Sloth, I would have liked it more, though. Okay.
Yeah. Because this was the interesting thing, was that, like, for Trey, his initial goal was $200, and he made it to $1,500, and it's like, and it was all going to donation. So it's just this really nice story to have.
Yeah, people can be cool.
Yeah, or someone just did a really, really cool thing, and on top of that, a game that kind of like is made for cat lovers to do a thing for cats. It's very cute. Yeah, so just a little heartwarming story. But you know what's not heartwarming? Want to take it away, Haller?
Gabagool. No. Nintendo will not be announcing new hardware this year. Which is fine. Nobody cares. Nintendo sucks.
Wow, you don't want that Switch Pro X?
No, I do. I do want them to get one, because I've been told many a times that everyone, all my friends that have a Switch are like, yo, when the new one comes out, you can just have my old one. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck about new hardware, brother. I don't want to buy a Switch, man. I just really don't want to.
It's okay. It's all right. Don't worry. I mean, it'll be there.
It was announced that they weren't going to do this. I had a feeling that they weren't going to look into doing a Pro. Nintendo doesn't usually do a Pro version. They usually just make a new model, right? I mean, I guess, like, technically the XL on the Game Boy, but, like...
I mean, this current version of Switch, you got the OLED. It's technically not a Pro.
There's two versions of the Switch?
Yeah, there's a regular Switch and the OLED Switch. Okay. And there's also the fucking Switch Lite. They just do different iterations, but nothing that necessarily, like, upgrades the hardware. Okay. Because, like, even then, the OLED is still technically the same internals as a regular Switch.
Gotcha.
But the screen is just different. And the dock. The dock is... I mean, Google it, see if you like how the aesthetic looks.
No, visually, like, when you play a game, is the OLED better?
It's a much bigger screen, and it's a little bit brighter, and the colors look more in-depth in a way.
Okay.
So, like I said, it depends on those that... If they're just deciding to get a Switch, I guess this would be the one, the OLED. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, I think it's mostly for people that are usually on the go, that want a bigger screen. As for me, I just have my Switch docked most of the time, so... Yeah. That's why I didn't really jump the gun with this model. And that was also the other thing, was that like a lot of people were like really bringing their hopes up when there was like rumors and shit about the next version of the Switch, which was the OLED model. But people were thinking that was going to be the Switch Pro and, you know, a better version of the Switch where all the games can run at like fucking 40 or 50 frames per second, and, you know, yeah, like I said, a lot of people were putting up really high expectations for a thing that just didn't happen. But yeah, just for this article from Video Games Chronicle, I mean, this has been noted from Nintendo that they're not planning on doing anything crazy.
Which is fine though.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think, because like the Switch came out. When did the Switch come out?
I think it's the year before all the other stuff, right?
Was it 2016? Hold on.
What?
Nintendo Switch came out 2017.
To be fair, nothing they make really needs like buffed hardware.
I mean, there are some games that kind of run not great on Switch, and that's been the whole thing about when you talk.
Like one of them.
Give you one?
Yeah.
No More Heroes 3.
Really?
Yeah.
That's basically intended to be on Nintendo.
It's coming out for different consoles now, but originally it was a Switch exclusive. And what I've been hearing, because I actually bought the game, what I've been hearing is that the combat, because what it tries to do is whenever you engage in combat, it goes into like its combat zone kind of thing, and that runs at 60 frames. But when you're outside traveling around the world, it runs at like 30, but it's really unstable. Same thing with what is that other game? There's a lot of third-party games that, like, usually stuff that's not made by Nintendo usually tend not to run great on Switch. Because I know, like, fucking Immortals Phoenix Rising is another game that's just like doesn't run necessarily well on Switch. But like I said, like Kirby runs good on Switch. I think Xenoblade 3 runs good on Switch, as far as I know. But like I said, there's a lot of limitations that the Switch has that like you can't really run games very well. That's why everybody talks about the fucking the Steam Deck, you know, because it's a PC in your hands. So making that comparison with the Steam Deck and the Switch is just like, you know, it's obvious which one is better when it comes to performance. But yeah, the Switch is weird when it comes to like performance shit. Yeah, just overall, don't get excited for Nintendo's new thing this year, because there's nothing overall. Because even then, like, the Switch is still going pretty strong. Like, according to this article, like, the fucking they haven't, Nintendo technically hasn't made their wait, hold on. Oh, it's not clear as to like how much has been sold of the Switch, but the Switch is still a pretty popular console. And that's also the other thing, is that like currently in this console generation, it's still one of the things that's readily available that you can get new. So I don't know. I just have my Switch just to play Nintendo exclusive stuff. Even though
my family has both my brothers have a Switch. My mom has a Switch. So if I ever want to play, like, I'll just use one of theirs, like when they're around.
Yeah.
What's it called? Every time I touch a Switch from one of them, I end up playing fucking Mario Brothers. I never do anything else, man.
It's fine. Oh, that reminds me, another game that doesn't run well on the Switch is Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity. Because that game is I played it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
I played a little bit of that, and like the frame rate just dies at times because there's so many enemies on screen, and you know, that game being a Musou game, there has to be a bunch of enemies on screen in order for you to hit. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that like Nintendo has really good exclusives. It's just performance-wise, some of them don't run great. Fuck, that reminds me, fucking Shin Megami Tensei 5. Like, someone fucking emulated that game on PC, and that game runs like fucking butter. It runs so good. But then on Switch, there are moments where, like, it just doesn't run that well. And it's supposed to be, like, a big, expansive kind of, like, overworld, but limitations. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So, you know what's not limited, though? Redesigning the fucking DualSense, bro. Let me ask you a question. Do you like the DualSense?
Not particularly.
Alright, well,
It feels good, actually, in my hands, but I don't like the trigger.
I mean, that's also the nice thing about the DualSense is that, like, you can turn off that shit, but...
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, it's a gimmick. Overall, the whole thing with the vibrations is a gimmick, but it continuing its gimmick is there has been a what is it called? There is
Sticks, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a design that got leaked, a concept design about the analog sticks, it having some kind of tension. You know, the idea behind it is that, like, let's say a character is going up a like a steep hill and, like, it's muddy and, like, you feel the traction, or, like, you're feeling, you know, the resistance when climbing up that steep hill, that kind of shit. That's the idea behind it. But the more people are speculating, people think that this might be a DualSense Elite. You know how, like, the Xbox had the Elite controllers? That's also the other speculation, but I think overall...
If that's the only thing that comes with it to make it Elite, that's disappointing.
But then there's also the other thing where... Also, the other speculation is whether or not there is going to be a PS5 Pro, and this might be the PS5 Pro's controller. It's, like I said, it's all up in the air, but regardless, there is design concept for tension analogs.
There's also talks about a patent they had going for collapsible analog sticks, so...
Yes, that as well. So, who knows if this thing will ever come to light. If it does, then, oh, Jesus Christ, they're really pushing the gimmick of vibration and tension and triggers and sensitivity and shit like that. So
it would be fine for a narrative game, I think, but definitely not for, like, a multiplayer.
So, this is the other thing, is that, like, I know the biggest thing about the PS5 when Cold War came out is that, like, it had the tension for the triggers, right?
Might have.
I think it did. So
yeah, they had a PS5 version, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned that shit the fuck off.
I would assume, yeah, you would have to turn that off because it's just, like, you know, better.
It's actually not hard to play with it in multiplayer. I would say in, like, maybe competitive play that shit might be hard, but when you're going around just fucking around,
because
it's not too bad.
I think, yeah, in a competitive standpoint, you need that response time of you pulling that thing to be shortened rather than having that tension and that response time not being short.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why people get those special controllers.
Yeah, that's true. Or play with a different controller. Like, some people play the PS5 stuff with a PS4 controller. You know, just to play.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
That was Evo. Speaking about Evo, you know, I saw people playing pad on, like, either having a DualSense or having a PS4 controller when playing certain games.
Okay.
It's just your preference for it. That's all it is.
No, yeah.
So yeah, who knows? Who knows whether or not this might be an actual thing? I would like to, if it actually comes to light, then I would like to see it work. Obviously, because, you know, the whole techie part of me kind of wants to see how it goes. But my whole thing, and this has been the whole thing I've had with this controller, is just like, it's just a gimmick. That's all it is. All video game companies do this for every console. It's all gimmicks. Xbox, I think, is the only one that hasn't done any gimmick-like thing with their controller. You know, you got Nintendo doing the fucking motion control shit, and then Sony trying to do, originally on PS3, the 6-axis, and then the PS4, I think, was the light bar stuff. Now PS5 is all vibrations and shit like that.
The light bar.
Yeah, remember the light bar?
It didn't do it.
No. One game where the light bar was needed was fucking Until Dawn.
Why?
Because the game wanted you to for like sequences where the game was like hold the controller steady, it would track the light bar, and you have to have the light bar and like this little perimeter kind of thing, and like if you move out of the perimeter, something could happen. But that's also the other thing. I wonder how Until Dawn works on PS5 with the DualSense.
I would assume, saying it tracks light bar, it probably just actually tracks 6-axis, being able to tell where your controller is.
Yeah, I would assume it can. Yeah, probably the 6-axis shit. But that's also the other thing. The motion kind of shit still is in these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6-axis was like a fancy way of saying motion control.
Yeah.
Inside of it wasn't really anything special, I don't think.
No.
At least I don't remember it being special.
No, it was not. Because it got to a point where Sony was like, yeah, we're just going to sell controllers that doesn't have this shit. Because like a lot of their starting stuff had 6-axis motion shit, like Ratchet and Clank. Lair was another one. Heavenly Sword. Yeah, give me 1 second. I gotta blow my nose because I'm about to sneeze. I sneeze anyway. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Hi. So yeah, gimmicks. But you know what could be a gimmick? According to this Video Game Chronicle, this article, Sony fears that Xbox might make COD an exclusive. So, because of us being a little bit late, there have been like updates to the story. Microsoft has come out and stated that like they're not intending to make Call of Duty a exclusive, because the whole gist about this is that like because of Call of Duty being part of Xbox's whole shit, that it can influence the sales of consoles. So, but yeah, Xbox is saying that like they have no intention of doing that kind of stuff, because it's an interesting thing when I really think about it, is that like there were so many like PlayStation exclusive shit when it came to like Call of Duty. Like I remember, I think Modern Warfare Remake had like the open beta that was exclusive to Sony for like a good while, and then Xbox users got it like I want to say a month or two later. So yeah, it's just like all this exclusive shit. But then it also makes me think that like, yeah, Call of Duty is a big seller when it comes to video games. Like I can't really think of any other franchise that does as much banger money as Call of Duty.
It is wild to think about, yeah. I think apparently though they've been like losing player base or something over the years.
I think it's because mostly of Warzone, because of the inconsistency.
No, before Warzone, it was like, I think it was like the move from the really fast-paced one where everyone jumped to Advanced Warfare and
the future stuff. Yeah,
Warfare, Black Ops 4.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah, Warzone also did play a part.
Yeah. Because the whole server shit and the cheaters and yeah.
Potters.
Yeah.
I'm also taking away Verdansk.
Sure. Whatever.
Verdansk was map. So
yeah.
You wouldn't know because you're not cool. You don't play God. You didn't understand me.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not in that gamer compound.
You don't play Bro of Duty, the broest.
So, like, I'm really interested. It's just like Modern Warfare 2 is going to sell a lot. That I know for sure. Because it's everybody loves fucking Modern Warfare 2. Whoever played Call of Duty. I like Modern Warfare 2. It's also playing the nostalgia factor for obviously the competitive multiplayer shit, because obviously a lot of those maps from Modern Warfare 2 are going to make a return. So, yeah.
Oh, they showed a map for MW2 recently, and it's a race car map, like F1 racing.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Man, I don't like it. I heard a bunch of people like it though. Like I had seen comments and shit, and friends as well had been like, "Yeah, man, it looks good," and I was like, "I don't know, man. It feels like I'm gonna get hit by a car a lot." Like, I don't know if there's that type of death option in there, but if there is, I'm definitely dying to a car.
I'd say, were you able to drive vehicles in Modern Warfare Remake?
Shit. In the story, I think you did.
So it's not like
not in PvP.
I was gonna say, not like Warzone, where Warzone is like you're able to drive vehicles and shit.
Yeah, no, not in Warzone.
Okay.
Or Warzone, yes, not in normal COD. Cool.
Okay. God. Yeah, I don't know. I have to see that map, see if it hits any funny bones in me.
Yeah, I bet.
But yeah, it's interesting to think about that perspective of like exclusivities and shit like that, and that's why, that's the thing that I kind of dislike about this exclusivities. But in a business sense, it makes sense, because it's like you really need to sell these consoles, so you got to make this shit exclusive so people would come buy these consoles. I know people complain at the fact of like, why is this exclusive coming out to PC? What's the point of me buying a PS5 now? And it's like, why is that even an argument? That's my perspective. If you already played the game on PlayStation, why is that even an argument now? You already played the game. Did you have a good time? Yeah, okay, that's it. But it's a weird thing to like complain in order to have validation for a purchase you made.
Yeah.
I don't know, because like we're talking about that now. Like the Spider-Man remastered came out on PC, so it's like that's there, and like Sony is planning on doing more PC ports of exclusive games, and it's just like, for me personally, I'm like, that's great. Then people can check out these fucking games, and like, let's say a sequel comes out, they can either decide whether or not I want to get a PlayStation, because like there's Spider-Man 2 that's happening. There's Wolverine, by Insomniac. There's God of War Ragnarok, because by the time that shit comes out on PC, it's going to be like fucking 6 years later. So, you get to decide whether or not you want to get a console. But yeah, I'm of the mindset that like, if you want to enjoy a game, enjoy the game. But yeah, especially if it comes out on PC players get to try out this game and be like, yeah, Sony has good games.
I do think if you can get a PC, you probably should just get a PC.
Yeah, that too.
Because you're gonna be able to run the most. And I wholeheartedly still think Game Pass is better for you to get than Nintendo's passes and PlayStation's.
Yeah, because Sony's still adding stuff. That's also the other thing.
Which is fine. I mean, I'm still content with my purchase of PlayStation Extra. But 1,000%, if you could get the Game Pass, you get so much. There's just a lot.
But that's also the other thing, is that like Microsoft bought so many studios, so like obviously their library is more expansive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Like I said,
it's wild to see Microsoft grow like this,
Yeah, like I said, full circle when it comes to exclusivity shit. So
yeah.
So yeah, moving on from that, you know what has not gotten full circle and has just been thrown in the trash? A World of Warcraft mobile game. This was supposed to be. Yeah. No, you go ahead, because you take this one, because you know
from reading about this. It looks like this was supposed to be the successor to World of Warcraft, which sounds fucking stupid, by the way. Not sure.
I think it's a spin-off because it's saying
Right.
a different time period.
Right. But it was supposed to like, I don't know. They used the word successor at some point. What's it called? I also want to make sure that like we know this isn't Warcraft Rumble or Arclight Rumble. That
Yeah,
game is
it's
still coming out.
yeah that one's still coming out. That mobile
This was
game.
like literally gonna be
Another
like
WoW.
MMO
Yeah.
related, yeah. Um, but they say that they keep a successful relationship with NetEase still.
Yeah.
And yeah, NetEase is gonna work on this, which okay, not
Yeah,
not
I mean,
stoked.
yeah, because like regardless, Immortal is still like the biggest thing that both NetEase and Blizzard is making money off of. So it's like there's really no point to have like some kind of bitter feeling about it, especially business wise, because it's just like they're still winning regardless. Uh, yeah, it's interesting when you hear about stuff like this where it's like, Blizzard has this other big franchise that they were planning on mobilizing, but it just got canned, and we still have Arclight coming out, but that is not necessarily a big MOBA MMO kind of game. Not like Immortal still. Yeah, weird. Very weird.
Yeah. They also said despite Immortal's success, their ratings have dropped. So
There's I was about to say there's a part of me, but nah, there's the full me that's saying good.
yep.
Good. That's unfortunate. Yeah. I got a little excited
fuck them.
Yeah, no, because like I got a little excited about Immortal because I'm like, oh yeah, I get to play Diablo, like a Diablo 3 like game on my phone, and it's just like, no, it's all pay to win shit, and it's like, great, yep, that's fucking NetEase and all those fucking.
You can still go through and enjoy the story if you wanted to.
No.
You know.
Yeah, but I don't want to be bombarded with like pay this much to get the Rift Crystal of this, and then use the Rift Crystal to buy this other concept of fucking currency. It's just like stupid.
So that stuff, yeah, I would agree. No, more so why I wouldn't do it is because I wouldn't want to be part of their game time statistic, so that they could be like, see, people that don't pay like it too. You know?
Yes, because that comes down to the whole thing of like, we made this statistic of how many players we have currently and how many new players are joining. This specific way that we're doing this game is doing really well. We can bank off this, and I think that's also the other thing that originally I feel like the World of Warcraft was probably going to be the precursor to the mobile shit for like Blizzard. Even though Blizzard has had some mobile shit, right?
I mean, they've had Game Boy games. If that's what you're talking about.
No, like
talking about
like
phone games.
Phone, yeah.
Hearthstone.
Oh yeah, that's right. But that's not an MMO. That's just a card battler, right?
They don't have an MMO mobile game.
Yeah. So, like I said, I think what my mind theory is that World of Warcraft mobile game was going to be the testing grounds for Diablo in a way, to see if like this popular franchise, if it sells well, we'll do it. But it didn't take off, so they were just like, fuck it, let's go with Diablo. Yeah, no, this specific World of Warcraft game was going to be the testing grounds, but they were like, fuck it, so now Diablo, because Diablo is our next best, or would you say Diablo is above World of Warcraft when it comes to fans, or is it the other way around? Can you hear me?
I said below.
Oh, below. I think I said hello.
No.
Okay. So
Warcraft has a big following. I don't know. Fans for Diablo are super devoted.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
I mean, I would say like as far as devotion, I'd say they both have the similar. Like they're both devoted to like, make this game great. We want to play it, but then they don't do good. I mean, Dragonflight. It seems like people aren't really feeling it. So,
yeah,
you know.
Okay, yeah. So, like I said, that's my theory. Is that like that was supposed to be the initial start of like the MOBA games, but they were like, "Fuck it, let's just go with Diablo at this point." And then here we are now living in I guess the bad timeline. uh,
Mm.
but yeah, it's always interesting to hear stories like that about like things that could have started but just got canned. I mean, that's most video game companies in general when it comes to certain projects, is that like a lot of them just get canned. Like they build it so far that like they have a version of it that can be played, but at the end result just gets canned.
Yeah.
So yeah. But you know what else is interesting and probably won't get canned? So Tencent and
Mm.
Logitech are planning on doing a competitor to the Steam Deck and Nvidia Shield.
Oh. Okay, I was gonna say probably more Nvidia Shield now. So I love
Uh,
Logitech, man.
I mean, I gotta look around if I'm using any Logitech. My camera. There we go. Ah,
Dude, my everything is Logitech, dude.
sponsor me, Logitech. I got a camera. Um, yeah, I mean, I would like to see a competitor to the Steam Deck. I would like to see
Uh,
what they do differently. It's always good to
r-
have some kind of competition with consoles and shit like that. It's
just
funny
on.
because like I just talked about like exclusivities kind of being a little bit toxic, but I think the hardware itself, I think I'm more interested in.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Uh, you're
Um,
you're having a thought.
just just on Logitech itself. The reason I like them so much is honestly really affordable peripherals, and they work well. Like it sounds like probably really dumb, but like I don't know, man. I've had a headset for so long,
Mhm.
and this thing keeps working so well. And like same thing with my mice and all that shit, dude. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
no,
just one of my favorite companies to buy from.
yeah, no, like they are pretty reliable now that I think about it. Like
Yeah.
I bought a mouse from Logitech for when I was just had a laptop at a time and I didn't feel comfortable with the pad, so I
Mhm.
bought a mouse and I think that mouse still works. I have it somewhere, but like I'm pretty sure it still works. And that's also the other thing is that like they have done shit for gaming. Like they got gaming mice, they have gaming headsets, so it's
Mhm.
like it makes sense for Logitech to kind of move in a way of like here's more gaming shit, but
No, yeah.
this time it's a console, and it's like it's
Well,
a
that's why this
handheld.
is more exciting to me. Uh, I personally more so the durability of the console. Um, doesn't mean a lot, I don't think, because I don't think anyone's looking at dropping a console. I don't think anyone's throwing it or whatever the fuck. But like, uh, again, this headset I've had, man, like that's $40 fucking, and I've had $150 Razer headset before, and my Razer headset broke in six
Yeah,
months from just wearing it.
yeah,
Like,
that's unfortunate.
yeah. So I just think they'll probably do some good stuff with it. Hopefully the specs are gonna be good too. Like it can run some like high quality shit.
Yeah, because the other thing that I'm kind of glad to see that there's competition for those handheld PCs is that I know the Steam Deck it's running the OS for Steam itself. And I know people have bypassed it in order for it to like run like programs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But what I'm seeing from this article is that like it plans to use other third party services, so like Xbox, and then like Nvidia's like whole streaming service shit. So
Okay.
it's planning on doing more with it, like more being more of a PC rather than just a gaming PC, a handheld PC, but can only run one OS essentially.
I wonder if it's just gonna be able to run like apps. Like if it'll be able to take the
Yeah,
already made Xbox app, or if they're gonna have to make in house apps. Or if it's just gonna be like if
yeah.
it'll be
If
running on like a
specific
Linux
interface,
OS.
yeah, like that. Yeah. Because yeah, like I said, it's all interesting. It's all interesting to think
No,
about.
yeah, for sure. It'll be really
Yeah.
cool to see what they do. Does it give like a timeline on what they're doing, or it's just like announcing that they're doing it?
Say the end of this year. Oh.
The end of this year, product finished?
No, just to like give the design concept.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah, since the device is scheduled for the end of this year, we need to know more about it soon. Well, that's the thing is that like they're planning on showing something by the end of this year, but who knows if it's actually going to be shown.
If they've been working on it for a while, then I would assume we're going to see like a prototype.
Yeah, because that was the Steam Deck. Regardless, is that like, they showed what it. No, I think originally what was shown was like the concept of it.
They've been working their fucking asses off on that shit though for a while.
That's true. That's true. But like even then, there are like other handheld PC kind of things that are out there. I remember I keep seeing this fucking ad for something that's using like the Snapdragon kind of thing. It's very interesting looking, but I wouldn't know because I've never heard of that specific brand, the one that was making the advertisements that I was watching. But like you were saying, is that like Logitech is a very well known name, and obviously a lot of their products are pretty good. So
yeah.
There is that
again. I think we're gonna see this, and it's gonna be. I don't think we're gonna see an amazing product. I think it's gonna be a tier above the Switch and below the Steam Deck.
Yeah, probably like a more budget friendly version. I can imagine that. Yeah, because like that's the thing about Logitech. Regardless, is that like they have some expensive products, but it's not like to the extent of like fucking Razer or what's the other company?
Some of their headsets are Razer's priced. But if we're talking like laptops and shit, like I don't think they sell laptops, right?
So. No, just peripherals, I believe.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see them dip their toes in the water, see what they end up getting out of it.
Yeah, that's
making out of it.
You pointed that out, is that like they don't make laptops, so it's interesting to see that they're not gonna make a peripheral. They're making an actual hardware. Like they're making I would like to see what Logitech does with that.
Yeah. Shit, I just completely blanked on what I was gonna say, sorry.
I don't know. What are you gonna say?
I don't know either. Oh, Tencent doesn't make anything hardware related, right? They're all media.
Yeah, they're a media company. But Tencent owns a lot of like other companies and shit like that. They're a conglomerate. Excuse me.
So they might have other companies that can like make the hardware, and then Logitech might just help a little bit with that.
I'm about to say, why they're a very good company to partner with? It's all based in China, and they have a lot of like hardware shit that they can.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, manufacturing specifically.
Right. It'll be cheaper.
Yeah. Because Tencent, like I said, Tencent is like one of those groups like Embracer Group.
I don't like Tencent, to be fair. At least the games they make, it's not my game.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this, like what technically they have stakes in. Fuck, it's a lot. Riot Games, Turtle Rock.
Oh shit, for real?
Yeah.
What's their stake in Riot? Do you know?
In Riot, I'm seeing 100%. Epic, they have 40%.
Jesus.
Yeah. So yeah, what they have 100% of Fulcrum Games, Turtle Rock, which is actually kind of funny because like obviously Turtle Rock.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
seeing. They really own fucking Riot Games, bro?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, Tencent is huge. It's fucking huge.
Man, I love Tencent.
I'm a big fan of Tencent.
Holy shit! Oh man, I give them so much money.
Like I hate them. Oh, they have my money. Shit. I love them.
God, now I gotta fuck me, man.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's a big
crazy.
it's a big fucking group, guys. The other thing I remember from Tencent is that like the director of the Yakuza games is moving on to make his own production studio that is owned by Tencent. I remember that.
Huh.
That was a big story where like he was leaving Sega to move on to that new studio. I believe he moved on already, but that's the thing is that like everybody was like, no, don't leave, but it's like, no, but the writers are still there at Sega, so those Yakuza games will be probably okay. I think they will be fine. So speaking of Tencent and Embracer Group and those kind of conglomerates, Koch Media. You've heard of Koch Media, correct?
No,
Yes.
I'm looking at the article now.
Okay. So Koch
It's
Media,
not spelled the way I'm thinking.
because you think it's Coach,
That looks like
Coach,
Koch.
but apparently it's
Coach.
Coke.
Yeah.
I believe it's Coke. It could be wrong.
It's not Coke. It's
either way,
Koch. Yeah.
Either way, it doesn't matter because they are completely renaming their company. So that is the article. Is that Koch Media is rebranding as PlayOn.
This is the stupid game console, right?
No. That's what the fuck is that called? I know which one you're talking about, but no, it's not that NFT console.
That little
that's
triangle
funny.
looks just like it.
It kind of does, yeah. It's stupid, but Jeez. Yeah. No, Koch Media is it's a company that owns other companies, but Koch Media is also owned by Embracer Group. And if you don't know who Embracer Group is, Embracer Group was originally THQ Nordic, but but it's a very bizarre thing to think about because it's like they split into different subsections that owns different things. So I think at a point THQ Nordic just rebranded and became Embracer Group. So it's really bizarre. It's a really weird thing to kind of dive into, but essentially Embracer owns Coke, which is now not Coke, not Coca-Cola. they own Koch Media, which now became PlayOn. So basically, because
shit. No, God, I'm sorry. I'm looking at PlayOn shit now.
Yeah, because Embracer Group now because the companies that Embracer Group has
PlayOn has Dambuster, Fish Labs, Flying Wild Hog, Digix Art,
Gearbox,
Voxler,
yeah,
Volition, Free Radical Design,
oh yeah, that's yeah,
and Warhorse Studios.
So yeah, Saber Interactive is who else they have. Obviously THQ Nordic. So PlayOn, because okay, so technically think about it like this: Embracer is the parent company, and then then PlayOn and the rest of those other ones like Gearbox and Saber Interactive are just the subsidiaries.
Yeah.
So PlayOn owns Deep Silver, Flying Wild Hog, all those other games. So that's what they own technically. I believe Flying Wild Hog is coming out with that Evil West. That's what it is.
And Buster made Homefront: The Revolution.
Yeah. Hard Reset. Oh, Shadow Warrior. Oh yeah, I forgot that's them. Shadow Warrior, Trek to Yomi. But either way, yeah, Koch Media is rebranding because they feel like because of the fact that they own different media companies and specifically video games being the big one, they're like, let's make it more fun and rebrand and shit like that. So that's basically the whole thing.
Film companies.
Yeah, they're playing. I think they're calling it like PlayOn PlayOn Films. I think it's
something like that.
Something like that. But yeah, what they plan on releasing is the next thing that's coming up is Saints Row.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna pick that up or not. We'll see.
I'm gonna try to get through all the original games.
Oh no.
That's what I'm trying for, but that's gonna be a while.
Yeah, let me know.
Well, actually, I should say that THQ Nordic or Embracer Group's next thing is Saints Row, but as for fucking PlayOn, I don't know what exactly. Oh no, Volition. Yeah. So that makes sense. Yeah, no, never mind. That makes sense.
Wow, their licenses hit Call of Duty and Destiny.
Really?
Oh, maybe it's distribution licenses.
Oh, probably. Yeah. Because it's in Europe.
Okay, yeah. I'm looking at distribution, manufacturing,
Yeah.
product design.
Yeah, because that happens sometimes for like certain.
My bad.
games.
I was rolling through merchandise and I just saw that and I was like, hold on, what?
Call of Dudes. Yeah, because that happens with certain games when it's being released in certain countries. Because I think like Capcom was like known for like for releasing some American game, but I don't remember what. It doesn't come to mind. But yeah, brands rebranding, and basically the one thing that I kind of laughed about a little bit was they're like, if Facebook can rebrand to Meta, then we can do rebranding as well. And it's just like, yeah, thanks, Mark Zuckerberg.
Or like Mark Zuckerberg.
Give me the Zuck. Give me the Zuck. So yeah, that's basically what we missed last week. There's probably more stuff we missed last week, but the shit that I want to talk about that happened last week. Well, actually, the news that I chose was like 2 weeks ago. So either way, we're probably late to start other news shit. But regardless, the big thing that I want to talk about is Evo. Evo 22 happened this year. 2K22 Evo. So for those that don't know what Evo is, Haller, what is Evo?
It's an intergalactic space traveling program. It's a fighting game convention.
Yeah, well, it's a fighting game tournament and convention.
My God.
Well, convention. Yeah, it's convention and tournament. It's
League
weird.
Better.
Anyways,
Tencent. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. It's all right. Tencent. You love you love Daddy Tencent.
Oh yes.
No. So what it's called is Evolution. So Evo happened last week, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of last week, and some big shit happened. Obviously, the biggest thing was that the last game on Sunday was Guilty Gear Strive. So basically, what I learned is that how each game is like set up for those 3 days is that like whatever gets the highest amount of entrants is going to be the last game. So Guilty Gear Strive got so many entrants, so it became the main stage game. Well, there were other main stage games, but still. But we're not here to talk about the winners and the losers and stuff like that, because truly, fighting game fans are winners regardless.
Oh my God, the losers are the ones watching it. Go ahead. What's up?
It's in certain aspects. I would say in certain aspects.
I'm just joking.
So just the reason why I like Evo is because obviously there are announcements that are made specifically towards fighting games, and there's a lot of shit that fucking happened at Evo. So I think one big one that I can say is there's going to be a cabinet bar by Arcade 1UP for Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And for this cabinet, they plan on putting out fucking 8 games on it. So Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 1, Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighters, X-Men vs. Street Fighters, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men Children of the Atom, X-Men Mutant Apocalypse, and Marvel Superheroes in War of the Gems. So
I just blanked. Go over that again. What was this for?
This is for the Arcade 1UP. Do you know what Arcade 1UP is?
No idea.
You've probably seen these. These are like the home cabinets.
Okay.
The home arcade cabinets that like are somewhat small. You probably find these at like Walmarts or like Best Buys. It's essentially you build it yourself. You've probably seen these. But the reason why I'm talking about this one specifically was obviously it was announced at Evo, but this was something that a lot of people wanted back, was Marvel vs. Capcom 2, because Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is a weird game to talk about. in the fighting game community because of the fact that it was essentially in a weird limbo state because of licensing and shit like that. That the game never really got like a re-release at a point because obviously licensing. And the biggest example of like the whole licensing shit is Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, where people were like, "Where's Wolverine? Where's most of the X-Men?" That was shown in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and the reason why obviously was because of certain licensings, because Disney owned one part of Marvel, while X-Men was technically owned by 20th Century Fox. So it's just this whole thing, and people complain and bitch about that. So that's why re-releases of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was weird, because there were so many different characters from Marvel that like just were weird. But now that I think about it, like Marvel vs. Capcom 3 got re-released, but I think because Disney kind of gave the thumbs up for it. I don't know. It's just weird shit. Regardless, I remember there was a whole hashtag for it on social media, and the person who started the hashtag was Maximilian Dude. If you don't know who Maximilian Dude is, he is a YouTuber / streamer that is known for fighting games and things like that. And the biggest hashtags, he's had a lot of like, it's like startup hashtags to like bring back like older fighting games. One that he like was really trying for was bringing back Killer Instinct, because of how great it was on Xbox One, and then it came out on PC, and that's a really good fighting game. But it's essentially just in somewhere in the Xbox vault, in the Microsoft vault, and Microsoft hasn't really touched it or talked about it. I think there was like somewhat of a confirmation being like, yeah, I think Microsoft was just like, yeah, we don't plan on really looking at Killer Instinct at a point, so that kind of died out. But then free hashtag free MVC2 was another thing for Maximilian that he wanted to get back up and make Disney or like somebody higher up see this and be like, there are people that really want this game to come back out. So it got put back out. I would recommend looking at Maximilian's video about him breaking down as to, like, how this was possible. But basically the bittersweet aspect of it is that when they interviewed the guy who does the 1UP arcades, I believe he might be the owner. I believe, I don't remember. Either way, they had an interview with someone with 1UP Arcade and was like, yeah, we're proud that we're bringing this game back one last time. And then that was something from his statement that stuck with everybody, being like, so this thing is going to be trapped on this arcade cabinet, essentially. So there's no way for it to go on consoles. There's no way of it ever returning back. There's probably another chance where no Marvel vs. Capcom 5 ever exists. So it's just this weird thing to kind of hear about. But still, for this arcade cabinet, it looks neat, but they plan on selling it for $600. So yeah, I mean, it's 8 games in this big cabinet that you can play with 2 people. So yeah,
I mean, you said 800?
600.
600. Is it full size?
No, it's half size.
Oh.
It's half size, but if you want to make it full size, you got to buy like a little stand for it. The other interesting thing is it has crossplay with the other. So basically, 1UP Arcade. So here's the thing: 1UP Arcade had other cabinets that they had. I believe they had one for X-Men, and I think Children of the Atom and Street Fighter, or X-Men versus Street Fighter, is on that other cabinet. I could be wrong, but it has crossplay for those other cabinets.
That's wild.
So that's the interesting thing about that. But still, like I said, the whole bittersweet aspect is that statement that guy made saying one last time. So if it's going to come to consoles, then, well, I think the thing I should say is there might not be a chance where it comes to consoles. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just bittersweet on that. So Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is a very, very interesting and crazy and weird game. Yeah, but it's making a comeback, at least for those that really want it. So besides that, I believe, oh yeah, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax finally has rollback. This was something that they were planning on doing. Well, I think this statement came out like a couple weeks after the game got released. Well, it's a re-release. Originally, this game was on Xbox 360 and PS3, so it came out back on PS4 and Steam, and I think Switch as well, but Switch isn't able to get it. Yeah, I think it came on Switch. But anyways, people were basically like, this game better have rollback because the original versions didn't have rollback. And there's a thing that some guy, like, this guy basically, when this game was coming to release, he documented like all the matches he had up until the re-release's release, about like the online matches, and you just see that game just not work because of its online, because this was back in the day where rollback wasn't really a thing that people talked about. And that's why this specific Evo was a great time for rollback to really shine, because a lot of companies are like, because Guilty Gear Strive had rollback and is still one of the most best-selling games, a lot of companies are pushing for rollback. So yeah, anyways, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax got its rollback update. What I've been hearing is that it's actually pretty good. So who knows? Who knows? I plan on probably getting that game, but still. And then speaking of rollback, something that fucking surprised the shit out of me, Samurai Showdown. Samurai Showdown released, I want to say in 2018 or 2019. And I heard really good things about the game, but if you're playing locally, the online for the game is horrendous. I've seen videos of what it looks like. It is bad. It is really, really bad. So SNK came out saying that Samurai Showdown is going to have rollback, and it's fucking crazy to think about that. That this game was, when it released, was notoriously known for having really bad online, and then they had a PC version of the game where people tried to fix it, and it still wouldn't work. So it just, yeah, it's coming out. Rollback is king. And then the King of Fight. Speaking of kings, the King of Fighters 15, is planning on doing crossplay. So that means you can play with other people who have either Xbox or PC, and PlayStation, all together, crossplay being fun. And Skullgirls, for those that don't know what Skullgirls is, it's a indie fighting game. It's considered to be one of the top indie fighting games. I believe it's finishing up its season pass. So basically, to explain, Skullgirls is an indie fighting game that kind of went dark after its release, and there's a really big reason as to why. The owner of I believe Lab Zero, the people that developed Skullgirls, was accused of harassment, and on top of that, a lot of employees complained about him, but he wouldn't leave the company, essentially. Now he's left, so because of him leaving, he was restricting like a lot of things that was happening with Skullgirls. So when he left was when the season pass for Skullgirls came out. And Skullgirls is not a new game. Skullgirls came out around like PS3, 360 era.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's like people were like super surprised that, like, whoa, this game's getting a season pass, for new characters that they were planning on releasing, but it just never happened. So yeah, now it's coming to I believe it's coming to an end, because they plan on releasing a character by the name of Black Dahlia, and the next character is going to be Marie. And Marie, for those that don't know, is the final boss of Skullgirls. So
ruined, never playing it.
Yeah, so there you go. But yeah, it's cool to see that Skullgirls is going strong. And then trying to see, Multiverses is having a roadmap as well. They plan on doing more stuff. You know, Rick and Morty is coming out as characters for Multiverses. Yeah, then yeah, just more interesting stuff with Multiverses, you know, because you get costumes in that, right?
In Multiverses?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think so.
I
haven't touched it yet.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, and speaking about SNK, you know, we talked about Samurai Showdown. Samurai Showdown characters are appearing in the King of Fighters 15. So you have Haomaru, the main guy from Samurai Showdown, Nakaruru with her hawk, and the newest character from the new Samurai Showdown, Darlie Dagger, as Team Samurai. And then on top of that, SNK, well, King of Fighters also showed off that they're planning on releasing more DLC characters. So 2 characters were shown in their concept art, Shingo and Kim Kaphwan. So for those, you know, I know a little bit of Shingo, but I know Kim because Kim, it's weird now because Kim was a main character in like a lot of those King of Fighter games, but he's now DLC, so it's just weird to think about that he was on the roster originally for years and now he's DLC. So yeah, KOF 15 looking pretty interesting, and I'm really, really interested in Team Samurai. Cause I'm just curious as to how they're gonna work. Also, Darlie Dagger, peak design. Peak.
God.
And also SNK, there was a thing that happened like a couple weeks back. So they announced that they greenlighted a Garou Mark of the Wolves sequel. So for those who don't know about Garou Mark of the Wolves, Garou is a sequel to the Fatal Fury games. So Terry Bogard, you know, Terry, come on, with the hat. Terry is the main character of the Fatal Fury games, and Garou is the sequel that the main protagonist is the son of the bad guy that Terry beat. But he trained. So Rock Howard is the main character of Garou, and the reason why Rock Howard is kind of cool is because he has both elements of Terry and elements of Geese Howard. So it's just like the good guy and the bad guy all into one character. So it's very neat. By the way, what I mentioned about like in the last couple of weeks, there was a thing that came out from SNK saying that they had concept for a sequel back in the day, back when SNK was at its height, but it just never came to fruition. And unfortunately, this was during the time where SNK was pretty much up for grabs, and you know, now SNK is doing pretty well because they got that Saudi Arabia money, which is true. They're, I believe the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has a stake in SNK.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So yeah, they just announced that a sequel for Garou is happening, and a lot of people who fucking love Garou are just like, fucking, what's happening? Yeah, because that game came out
Everyone's ears perk up.
Dude, it came out in 2000.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so it's like,
no, it's definitely one of those things that like people are going to be stoked because they haven't seen it in so long.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about that.
Something you would think would never happen, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So
that's wild.
Yeah, it's nuts. Hold on, there's a thing that I'm just seeing right now. Sorry, trailer's happening. Ooh, oh, this is something new. Sorry, no, because like there's another indie game that's happening that's like a horror kind of looking game called Umbral Core,
Oh.
UMBRAL Core, and it looks really neat.
Look it up.
Umbral Core. So yeah, that was announced.
Features include.
Oh god. I have to check that out. But let's...
2.5D fighting game.
Yep. Yeah, it's another indie fighting game. That's the thing. There's
What does 2.5D mean?
It's 3D, but still the 2D aspect. It's 3D models, but 2D aspect. Guilty Gear Strive is technically that. It's using 3D models, but still the aspect of it is still 2D.
Oh shit! That thing looks creepy as fuck. Is
This
that
one?
a person?
This
Sigmund? Character in the game?
Sigma. Giga Chat.
Sigmund, bitch.
Giga Chat time. So yeah, Umbral Core. I just saw a little bit of that. That looks pretty cool. So that's an indie
There's
game
an
that's
orc,
happening.
too.
They're looking pretty okay. So yeah, good time for SNK. Just overall. Another thing that happened was Harada over at Bandai Namco, the director of Tekken. He tickled the wee-wees of certain Tekken players. It could be a hint of Tekken 8. Basically the whole thing that happened was
I hate what you just said, by the way.
he tickled the wee-wee.
I hate it. I hate what you
He gave a little tease. He gave a little tease. Anyways, so at the end of the Tekken 7 finals, there was a little thing that happened where you had the old PS1 models of Kazuya and Heihachi, where at the end of Tekken 1, Kazuya throws Heihachi into the volcano, and he looks to the side of the camera, and he smiles in his weird PS1 face. And then from that, it transforms to a new engine-looking Kazuya. So there's a possible chance they're using, what is this one? Unreal Engine 5? So yeah, there's a new-looking Kazuya face that's happening. So
I gotta hop out of here, yo. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Wow.
So I guess...
I mean, I'll be back, but I gotta go. I'll be back.
Wait, how long do you take? Oh, God.
I told you.
Sorry. What happened?
So I told you to
That's
just go.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm editing all this apparently.
Oh, sorry, bro.
I like the work. Don't worry about it.
So where was I?
Yep.
Tekken 7? Oh yeah. PS1 Kazuya phase. Alright, we're good on that. I'm trying to think. Because there's three things. Yeah, three things. So Street Fighter 6 is coming out next year, but they announced two characters to the roster. One being Kimberly and the other one being Juri. Juri is a returning character from Street Fighter 4. Kimberly is a brand new character for Street Fighter 6. Everybody likes Juri because feet. That's basically Juri's character. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
You heard me. Feet. Yeah, I would send what the trailer was like for Juri.
Is it just feet?
It's just feet, baby. I just sent you a video of me and my feet.
Oh, please don't do that.
No, you love it. And then Kimberly, for those that don't know, so have you ever played any of the Final Fight games? I'm gonna assume no.
No,
Okay.
sorry.
So, if you ever played Final Fight, there's a ninja character by the name of Guy. Kimberly is the student of Guy. So she has cool-ass ninja moves. With graffiti. And it's fucking dope. So that was cool. So yeah, Street Fighter 6 looking pretty good. But the biggest fucking thing we can talk about, Well, you know what? Actually, let me do this first. So, Guilty Gear Strive has a new roadmap for Season 2. So there will be crossplay between PlayStation and PC sometime this fall. So that's cool, I guess. That makes my purchase of buying it both on PlayStation and PC kind of pointless, but still a good game regardless. Some balance patches, and that's basically it for the roadmap. But Season 1 ended, and they revealed the last character for Season 1, and it is Bridget. So, Bridget's Bridget. So I mentioned during my time streaming, I played some Guilty Gear Strive. I tried out Bridget. Bridget is really fun. It's interesting to see that Bridget has a lot of moves that make... I don't know how to refer Bridget to, because there's a thing in the story that refers Bridget to as her, but there's also Bridget is known to be a boy, so I'm going to refer Bridget as them, or they, just to get it a little bit more simplistic, because there's always those people that are like, well, actually, so Bridget is very fun. Bridget has a lot of things for their moveset that I feel like is crazy to just think about how the origins of this character was like. Well, the original Guilty Gear games were fucking weird gonzo anime games that were like just... I'm pretty sure a lot of people some people still like them, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people, like specifically Strive players, would probably not like the older Guilty Gear games. But Bridget appeared in Guilty Gear Double X or X2, some shit like that. Either way, Bridget is a returning character, and a lot of fun, Bridget. I'm trying to think what else. I love Bridget's theme. It's very cutesy. And yeah, basically the last character for Season 1, and just overall good time. And what was super cool about that that reveal was that Bridget, I think, was releasing the next day. Yeah, I think it was the next day. But if you want to see what Bridget like plays like, you can watch the VOD that I did of me playing online with Bridget, and some videos of how Bridget plays. Just overall, the whole gimmick with Bridget is yo-yos. So there's
didn't I see you play this?
Yeah, I was playing a little bit of it.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's fun. Just overall fun character. And I'm trying to think what else from Guilty Gear. Yeah, it made me dust off my fucking arcade stick to play more Guilty Gear. And then made me realize that, oh shit, I have DNF Duel, and I have not touched DNF Duel. So there's that. But anyways, and you know, like I said, KOF 15 is another big one where I bought it and I just haven't played with it. And then fucking Season 2 is coming out with fucking Team Samurai, and they look cool as shit. So there's a lot of games that, like, because of Evo, I want to get back into. KOF 15, Guilty Gear, DNF, Samurai Showdown, Skullgirls. The other thing that was kind of unfortunate was Grand Blue Fantasy Versus is another fighting game that's done by Arc System Works, but I believe is published by Cygames. And a lot of people were really hoping that that game would have rollback. It does not, and it's one of those other Japanese games that has really bad online. So there's that. But how that game looks is very pretty. It is crazy how good that game looks. But yeah, that's besides the point. But I think the biggest thing that I could talk about that blows my fucking mind, baby. Dragon Ball FighterZ is getting rollback. I was in my room when I saw that, and I was just going, ha, basically the entire time. But, you know, I'm not going to stress my voice right now. and it's fucking like 4 a.m. So there's that. But basically, yeah, Dragon Ball FighterZ is getting rollback, but there's a big but to it. There is a upgrade version of Dragon Ball FighterZ that's coming out for newer consoles and for PC.
Ooh.
So this is the caveat. Those versions are
It's gonna have caviar?
Caveat. Yeah, caviar. So this is the caviar. It is going to have rollback specifically for those newer versions. So only PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and the new version for PC are the only ones that are going to have rollback. Well, I believe PC... I don't know, PC might be a weird one, but still, the consoles, just PS5 and Xbox Series are getting rollback. So not for Xbox One or PS4. And then a lot of people are theorizing that Bandai Namco might try to monetize this. And that's the thing that...
Which means, what do you mean by monetize?
Okay. So the speculation is that Bandai Namco is going to try to monetize rollback in the way that they're saying that there is a path to upgrading it, but they didn't say specifically whether or not it's going to be free. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll have to pay for it.
For updating it?
Yeah.
But this is the thing, is that they're monetizing rollback.
That's a little shitty, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that like...
There's no other significant upgrade, it's just rollback?
It's just the rollback.
No visual, nothing?
If they do an ultimate version, then that's...
I know you just said it's just rollback, and I'm sorry for asking you the same question again, but it was more like to clarify.
No. So this is what I'm saying, is that the PS5 and XX is getting those upgrades, but the real question is whether or not these are going to be free. And if it is free, that's great. But if it's monetized and being like, you got to pay like $10 to get the PS5 SX version of this game, then it's like they basically monetize rollback, which rollback is usually just a patch and that's it. But
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
because like that is
really shitty.
Like they shouldn't be doing that shit.
That's really shitty.
It should be a free update, 1000%.
Yeah, it should be free. But like I'm saying, the other caveat is like it's unfortunate that PS4 is like the biggest selling version of Dragon Ball FighterZ, and that's not getting rollback. So it's only for a set of group that have PS5, and it's just this weird thing of like, really, we're doing that? Yeah. But yeah, PC is getting it, but I feel like there's probably going to be a shit ton of people that's probably going to be switching to PC, whether or not the PC version is just a patch and that's it, you know. So yeah, this is interesting. But on top of that, Bandai Namco has also revealed that they don't plan on doing any more updates for Dragon Ball FighterZ. So this is it. The version that it's at right now is the final version. There's no updates, no nothing for it anymore. Talking about Maximilian Dood, there's a video that I saw that he's speculating that this is probably their working grounds for Dragon Ball FighterZ 2 to put rollback into that if there is a sequel to Dragon Ball FighterZ, just to see if it works and it works properly. But you know, it's rollback and it's gonna work really well. A lot of people were hyped when the fucking producer came out and was speaking Japanese, but the only word that people heard was rollback, and people started to lose their fucking minds. Like I said, the big caveat being the possibility of rollback being monetized by Bandai Namco. So, keeping fingers crossed that doesn't happen. But yeah, that was the biggest fucking thing that was like, no one was expecting that. The other thing that a lot of people were hoping that Bandai Namco would do was give Tekken 7 rollback, but that shit ain't happening. So yeah, that shit ain't happening. Please. So this is the thing is,
to be real, man, if rollback is so fucking in demand, they should just fucking use rollback, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is that like this Evo was the realization for a lot of Japanese companies to be like everything has to have rollback.
Again, though, why couldn't they just figure it out when people were already asking for it?
So basically, to give a rundown for those, because I'm pretty sure I've explained this,
You have.
but because we're talking about fighting games, I just want to give another rundown because the reason why was because rollback was initially started by GGPO. For those that don't know what GGPO stands for, is Good Game, Peace Out. So that was the precursor of rollback around, I want to say PS3 and 360 era. And they were developed by a Western company, by somewhere here in the States. I believe. I could be wrong. Anyways, the reason why Japan didn't really look at rollback as a necessity is because Japan's internet is so fucking good. That's the problem. So they weren't too focused on the Western market. They were more focused in their domestic market. So that became the whole issue when, people were like, the online is shit for this game. But some Japanese companies were like, yeah, that's not really affecting us, but you bought the game already. We have your money. So good luck with that. And the reason why it's becoming such a big thing now is because of what happened during the pandemic. Was that Evo was supposed to happen during the pandemic, but they were planning on doing it online, only to realize that a bunch of those games don't run well online. So this was a huge sign to a lot of those companies being like, yeah, your game can't show because it doesn't run well online. So when Guilty Gear Strive came out and was revealed to have rollback, people were like, this is interesting to see that a Japanese company is planning on implementing rollback regardless. So when that game came out, it was such a big hit that people were like, oh, why can't other companies from Japan do the same thing? So this is where we got the excuse from Capcom saying that Capcom Street Fighter V already has rollback. And this was the whole fucking debacle that happened where Street Fighter V didn't have good online. But then someone on PC decided to fix the online. And Capcom saw that and then patched Street Fighter V again in order to take that guy's code out.
Mm-hmm.
But to be fair, that guy's code wasn't necessarily good because of the fact that if people already had that code registered to their game, their matches would run well. But if people didn't, they would have that problem of frame skipping and stuff like that, of like teleporting basically. That's what happens with most fighting games where it has bad online, whereas that like characters just teleport everywhere. And then you got the exact same thing from the Tekken 7 producer Harada, director/producer Harada. Harada is infamously known for his one-liner being "Don't ask me for shit." So here's the thing: Harada has a podcast that he does where he talks to like other video game producers or directors specifically for fighting games. I remember he had a whole thing talking with I believe it was the interview he had with Sakurai, the director behind Smash Brothers. He had a conversation with him where they were talking about rollback. And then he basically gave a bullshit statement saying that rollback is hard to implement into 3D fighting games. And then the bullshit went even further of him saying that, oh, the game Tekken 7 already has rollback. And then when people start to deep dive into it, it's just like, it's not implemented well. Like, they just put it in, but they didn't implement it well. It was the same thing for Street Fighter V, where it was implemented, but not implemented well. And then when Guilty Gear Strive came out, Guilty Gear Strive is fucking phenomenal when it comes to its rollback. I remember fucking launch day, even till now, there's only been like maybe 1 or 2 or 3 matches I can think of that didn't run well online. And that's including time that I didn't stream. That's like off time. So it's crazy to think about like the multiple matches that I've had with Guilty Gear Strive. 3 of them I can think of didn't run well. And that's when you know they implemented it incredibly well. So like I said, is that like we're living in an era that now most fighting games have to put in rollback. Another example, Capcom just came out with the fighting game collection, where it has like Darkstalkers, fucking Street Fighter 2, all these old ass Capcom fighting games. That all has rollback because Capcom realizes that like this shit really needs rollback. And like I said, Evo 2K22 was the time for rollback to come out and really shine, because like I said, a bunch of these other games, Samurai Showdown is getting rollback, fucking DBFZ, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. Like this was like the announcement of like rollback is here and it's going to stay with us. Yeah, so that's basically the gist, is that like Japan didn't see it as a necessity because their internet is so fucking good that it pretty much alienated their Western market. And then when the pandemic happened and they were trying to sell more games, and Evo was supposed to happen that year, I think it got canceled regardless. They started to realize that like a lot of their headliner games, specifically Street Fighter, Dragon Ball, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, Tekken 7, all had really bad online. And this was kind of the sign of like, you gotta fix your shit, man. That's all it is. You gotta fix your shit. Like, we get it. It's cool that Japan has like but fast fucking internet, but that doesn't help in other markets.
That's wild that they have the fast internet too.
Yeah, like you hear people talk about like Japan's internet of just like, it's crazy how good it is. Like when you go to Japan, you can get like a little like device that gives you like a hotspot and you're good. Like you can just walk around Japan with that thing and you're good.
That's wild.
It's crazy, but like I'm saying is that like, you know, it's not just the Western market, you know, you also have other countries, like you have you know, people in the Middle East, you have people in South America, you have people in Africa that like all are playing these games and the online is not good for them. But with rollback, it helps that process. You know, rollback isn't necessarily the cure-all, but it is something that helps so much and can prove that it works, and it works really good. Because another thing that came out that happened was Virtua Fighter. So you remember that Virtua Fighter was like free for PS Plus for a good bit? So there was talks. Virtua Fighter 5 came out on PS4. And there was talks about like, does this have rollback? And it's technically no. It's like yes and no. It's very weird because they're using like this weird server thing that's going on, and depending on which server you're on, it's like some matches, some people have stated like it's pretty good, and then there are some other matches that's like it's not great. But the thing about that is that like the matches that are good, you know, sometimes it's like someone from the United States playing against someone from South Africa, and it's like, how the fuck does that work? Because like it should be a bad connection, but somehow it works. But then you have like someone from like East Coast New York playing with like someone in San Francisco West Coast, and like the internet is just bad because of server issues. It's so bizarre. Like that
because America's bad.
America internet is bad. It's very bad. Yeah, so like I'm saying is that like the time for rollback is now. Like fucking Multiversus uses rollback. A lot of platformer fighters are trying to implement rollback as much as they can. Skullgirls was the reason why Skullgirls is talked about in indie games is because Skullgirls was using GGPO back in the day. And it was an indie game that was using rollback. So it was this thing where it's just like this indie game from a small team has good online compared to like the shit that was releasing during PS3 and 360, which was like Street Fighter 4, Tekken, Street Fighter Cross Tekken, Persona 4 Arena, like all these other games.
Persona,
yeah, all these other games ran like shit online, but this indie game runs super well. So it's like, how the fuck does that make sense? It doesn't. But yeah, rollback is here to stay, baby. Watch your ass. Watch your ass out there. But, you know, like I'm saying is that, like, everybody's hopeful that, because Street Fighter 6 hasn't been confirmed that it's using rollback. People are a little hesitant on Street Fighter 6 because of the fact that it might do the whole thing of, yeah, we implemented our own version of rollback. But the reason why people are a little bit hopeful for it is because the original producer for Street Fighter is gone. And the reason why people are happy about that is because he was notoriously known for kind of holding back the Street Fighter series. And the reason why him being gone is also really good is because when Street Fighter V released, Street Fighter V was a really incomplete game. And it got to the point where when they announced Street Fighter 6 and talked about a little bit more about, you know, what's going on with Street Fighter 6, they talked about Street Fighter 5, saying that, like, we got to tell the truth. Street Fighter 5, when released, was unfinished. And it was not what they were really wanting to do. And kind of the blame was because of the producer that was on the project. So that's why they're taking their time with Street Fighter 6 and trying to make it more online friendly, possibly, and more beginner friendly, because there is a whole thing that Street Fighter 6 now is using, like, simplistic controllers. So I don't know how to explain this, but, like, a directional button with a kick can make you do Ryu's Hurricane Kick rather than doing the motion input, which is a backwards J and kick. So yeah. So yeah, Evo was a good old time. So, like I said, I'm planning on dusting off. Well, I pretty much dusted off my arcade stick, but I plan on going back to the fighting games that I bought because I gotta fucking play them, man. I can't do that shit where I buy a game and just never play them. And fighting games are the biggest one, obviously. So yeah, I eventually will return to KOF 15. Probably play more Samurai Showdown. Obviously, I'm gonna fucking play more Guilty Gear. Maybe lab a little bit more in DBFZ, and play more DNF Duel. Yeah, there's a lot of fighting games out there, man. A lot. And it's good to see that, you know, Evo was a good Evo. That's all I can say.
Evo.
Yeah, and I think that's basically it for the past 2 weeks. There was something I wanted to mention was one of the things that I did with my week. I watched an anime as well. You know how much I like Kamen Rider, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's an anime sequel to one of my favorite Kamen Riders that came out on Crunchyroll that I didn't even know what it was.
Didn't even know that
Kamen
Rider was an anime.
I didn't know. So this was the thing. It came out as a manga, and then they adapted the manga to an anime. And it's like the manga was a sequel to the story of Kamen Rider. Well, the Kamen Rider series I'm talking about, Kamen Rider Double. So the anime show is called Futo Pi. I thought it was called Futo P because there's no fucking periods, you know, after P and after I. So I thought it was Futo P. But, you know, it's a sequel, and I'm watching this.
Roll up P, definitely.
Yeah. But I'm watching that, I'm like, no, I was like reading the article of like what this fucking thing is about. And I'm like, it's a sequel. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, it's a sequel to a Kamen Rider show that came out fucking 2011? Like, why now? Out of I watched the first 2 episodes. It made me really, really want to watch Kamen Rider again. God, I miss Kamen Rider so much. Yeah, I'm probably gonna rewatch Kamen Rider at a point, or which one I was on. I think I was on Kamen Rider Blade before I just like stopped watching it. But like, I'm looking at my shelving and shit. Like, I have a fucking shrine of Kamen Rider Double. Like, obviously, the Kamen Rider Double was my favorite Kamen Rider besides Agito. And it's crazy to think that like an anime happened, and a lot of people are like, well, a lot of fans of Kamen Rider are keeping their fingers crossed that like maybe there might be another anime series for Kamen Rider, because like it works really well. So yeah, my Kamen Rider hype has just come back. And it also makes me remember that Hideaki Anno, the guy who directed Shin Godzilla. Did you ever watch Shin Godzilla?
I believe so.
So he directed Shin Godzilla, has a plan on making more Shin-related tokusatsu shit. So I believe Shin Ultraman came out, which is supposed to be like a more darker and serious version of Ultraman. And then his next project, which got a teaser trailer, is Shin Kamen Rider. So it's like this crazy shit that's happening of just like this resurgence of tokusatsu shit. Either way. And bro, it got to a point where I was watching like all the intros for like Kamen Rider, and I'm like, I'm thinking, did they come out with a Kamen Rider this year? I'm like, oh yeah, they did. And I'm like, I wonder how that's going. And
the only thing I know from Kamen Rider, and I will always probably only know and love, is Joka.
Bro, the anime uses the noise from the show, and when
yeah.
I fucking heard Joka, I was like, so good, so good.
The Rider's Den. It's all coming together, brother.
Washes over me. Washes. Yeah, Kamen Rider. It's so crazy because like this is a little thing I want to talk about. So, in order to watch Kamen Rider, it's a little weird to watch it. I remember, don't come after me, FBI, but I had to get it through different means, if you know what I'm saying. Wink.
Netflix?
Yeah. Wink.
Beatflix.
So I had to get it through other means, and those other means are completely gone. Like it got shut down by Toei, which is the company that owns the Kamen Rider shit. It got shut down, so I've been looking for like other ways to watch the shows that I started or really want to watch. I did find one streaming site specifically, but I have to see if they has everything, because the problem with Kamen Rider is that like sometimes they have movies and the movies have cool shit in them, and sometimes the shows make references to the movies. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. But yeah, Futo PI. I'm enjoying it. I've only watched 2 episodes, but I kind of dig it. Yeah, that's basically it for this podcast. So I think we're good to go. I think we can finally call it a morning.
Well, I was just about to say, you have a good morning.
Good morning,
I'm gonna
everybody.
go eat a burrito and watch
Uncharted?
Yeah, I was trying to think of the name.
Okay, that's fine.
And then probably fall asleep.
All right, that's fine. All right, thanks for hanging out with us. Bye.
Bye.